I'd like to call the meeting to order for our special council meeting, budget workshop, Wednesday, January 24th, 2024. As we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the First Nations. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. We are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who've taken care of this land for thousands of years. And please stand for a moment of silent reflection. And the national anthem, please.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Clerk Dombrowski, could you conduct roll call, please?
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Bennett,
Here.
Councillor Brose,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster,
Here.
Councillor Donahue. I think I see him in the hall. Warden Emo,
Present.
Councillor Giardini,
Present.
Councillor Grills, Councillor Yon, Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor McKenzie,
Present.
Councillor Mayville,
Present.
Councillor Murphy,
Here.
Councillor Nicholson,
Present.
Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
Councillor Weir,
Here.
Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, and I will now move down beside the Chair of Finance and will ask her to begin with her opening remarks on budget.
Thank you, Warden. Unfortunately, I have a bit of laryngitis, so I'm going to wait for the Warden to get down and perhaps he can say some words. I will say thank you to all the committees that have been through their particular budgets. Thank you to Craig Kelly and Daniel and all the staff, the SLT that worked so diligently on this budget. Stop laughing at me. Due to the weather, we would like to get through this today. I know originally I said everybody come, comfortable, ready to work, but it does seem like it's a really bad storm coming. We do have Lee, who is tracking it by the Weather Network, who we know is always wrong, but by his sort of fancy weather. So we will know sort of as we go along today. I know it's terrible. I'm going to pass this to the Warden. Sorry, guys.
Thank you very much. And we know that everybody's worked very hard at the committee level, reviewed everything extensively, and I would assume that most people watched the videos of the meetings they hadn't that they weren't part of. And so thank you very much for being prepared. Budgeting is always tough because you have to balance levels of service against our perceptions of what we think the community needs, and then also what we think the community can afford. And I know that this year is going to be particularly challenging, and I trust and the community expects you to use your good judgment, as always, and to provide the best possible service with the right mixture of costing, and at the same time keep an eye on the future, because I think history is littered with moments when organizations have budgeted for the moment, and that has penalized society and the organization in the past, or in their next future. So with that, very interested and somewhat excited to get this done. Budgeting is always an interesting process, and have every confidence in Mr. Kelly and the senior management team and Mr. Burke in what they're presenting to us. I know they've worked hard on it, and it'll be something that I think we can take back to the public. So with that, I'll turn it over.
And I forgot to say, Happy Budget Day.
Yeah.
You did, Daniel. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, sorry, Greg.
No, that's fine. It seems like I'm missing a historic moment when the chair has lost her voice. So again, nice to see everybody. It was a great week in Roma. I know there will be a report forthcoming, but I will say it was a very busy week and is equally productive. So again, thank you for everybody for being involved in Roma. And again, a report will come to council next week. So it's indeed my pleasure to welcome you to Budget Day, as the chair was suggesting, and I'm sorry I can't be with you here or there in person. Unfortunately, I've had to attend an unexpected family situation out of town, but of course I'll be tied to the meeting most of the day, so I appreciate your patience with me today. Today's council meeting and budget workshop is a culmination of at least a week's worth of dedicated committee discussion, and we all thank you for your continued engagement. It is the culmination of several months worth of preparation, discussion, debate, and formulation. Thank you again to the directors, managers, administrative assistants, and the treasurer, of course, for your dedication and perseverance. As you have heard me say many times this past week, budgeting is about making choices, some much harder than others. This budget is about making the appropriate choices that will still allow us to deliver the services that our ratepayers and you, our elected leaders, have been accustomed to. We are also very cognizant of the financial realities of today, the stresses of inflation, the rising costs of fuel, food and materials, labor shortages and competition, housing and repair costs, and more, and we are not exempt. The end result is a budget that continues with the levels as delivered in 2023, now adjusted for growth. It also includes a few new initiatives spurred by the need for innovation, including tackling some of the most pressing social needs in our community. We, as your senior leadership team, are poised and prepared to provide you with the appropriate answers, feedback, and considerations as you deliberate the levy requirements for the County of Renfrew and the effect on the county ratepayers in 2024. Warden, Chair, all members of council, thank you again for your leadership. So now through you, Warden, and again, Chair, I will ask Mr. Burke, our acting treasurer, to walk you through the 2024 County of Renfrew budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig, and good morning, County Council. I, too, share the Warden's excitement for this to be over. So with that, we'll get going. So this will be somewhat familiar to you through committee, but I'll just walk you through a bit of the format and the guidance we received while building this budget. So the first resolution on your screen will, of course, be our budget guideline to come in with a levy target of 3% increase over the 2023 levy. The second resolution concerns your non-union staff cost of living increase. So the resolution ties that cost of living increase to a formula based on the Consumer Price Index for Ontario, And if you follow the math through, the 2024 cost of living increase would be 4.79%. Where we have union agreements in place, we have used those known amounts in those union agreements. Where we have expired agreements in place with some of our unions, we have made an estimate about what that cost of living increase will be. The final resolution on your screen concerns the continuation of the November 9th special meeting of County Council around your long-term financial plan and your capital asset management plan. In that session of County Council, there was a resolution to return a modified option of reducing some of your capital costs and increasing some of your capital funding to try and balance that long-term financial plan and make sure it is fully funded over its 10-year life. Those options are returned to this budget and built into that budget. And just as a reminder, we do have a requirement to have a capital asset plan and a funding plan behind all capital assets. We do have a legislative requirement, so we will be returning the November 9th capital asset management plan and long-term financial plan to County Council for approval shortly, probably in March, and for further debate. So the legislative deadline to have that in place is July 1st, 2024. Just a word on the format in your budget. So beginning on page 78 of your package, you will have a number of pages. I believe they were also distributed in the Excel format earlier this week. And each of those pages has numerous columns. So beginning on the right-hand side of the page, you have 5 columns of actual financial data, the audited 2018 to 2022 actual data. Then you have 3 columns to project out variance, so percentage variance and absolute dollar variance. And then the next column to the left, you have your 2023 budget as passed by this council, and that's the amount we're measuring against. And then you have this bluish column, your 2024 baseline budget. So what would it cost to provide the same level of service we're doing right now for the 2024 year? The next column to the left, you have a pressures column, or what do staff feel is the best area to reduce service levels in order to meet the council target of 3%. The next column to the left is your budget that meets your 3% target. So that's the column that incorporates our baseline, what we're doing now, and those pressure items, and it does in fact meet the council directed target of 3%. The last column on the left is an enhancements column, or are there any increases in level of service that County Council would like to consider, and what would be the cost of those? New to 2024, staff have ranked your pressures or reductions they feel they could implement to meet that 3% target into our level 1 or our green pressures, our orange or level 2 pressures, and our red or level 3 pressures. So the green pressures, the level 1, are items that are achievable and they involve minimal disruption of service to our residents. Item 2, those orange items, are items that are achievable and they involve minimal service level disruptions, but they are temporary solutions or one-time, one-year solutions, or they involve shifting costs towards the lower tier or other organizations. Level 3, those red items, are items that are major service level reductions, and they are hard choices. Speaking of choices, so throughout the week you would have seen committee by committee where they stand, but in aggregate, this is where we are. So our county levy would have to increase by $7 million to meet the 2024, almost $8 million to meet the 2024 baseline budget. Now, 1.5 million or 3% of that is items we could tax new growth or new revenue for the tax base. So your existing property taxpayers to fund the baseline budget would have to have a 12% increase, 11.89%. That's our starting point. Across the 3 levels of reductions, we have an almost even split of about 3% each in each of those categories to bring you down to your council target of a 3% levy increase. Over and above that, we have another 5% of service level increases that council might consider, these enhancements. So, in response to some comments on last year's budget process, I'm happy to take questions as they occur to you. Please don't feel you have to save them up for the end. At the end of this presentation, we will put forward a resolution for full debate and discussion. However, during the presentation or workshop portion of the meeting, staff, as well as the chair, would like to understand where there is consensus or concern around any of these reductions or enhancements. So after speaking to each pressure or enhancement, I will stop and allow for discussion and allow the chair to get a sense from the room around the general opinion of each of these individual decision points. And I should point out that the full menu of reductions and enhancements is summarized on page 77 of your package. With that, we'll move into the Finance and Admin Committee. So the Finance and Admin Committee controls roughly 40% of the net county budget, but most of that is in the financial expense area. We'll deal with the county council, the administration, the IT, and the HR cost centers now, and we'll circle back around to the general revenue and the finance expenses and the POA at the end of the presentation. So your first cost center is for county council. We have 16 councillors and 1 warden. We have salary expenses, and there is quite an increase in salary expenses. The pressure coming from a study that was done, a Gallagher review of council remuneration, and the result of that was a $6,000 increase in council wages to each councillor, but phased in over 4 years. So I believe we're on year 2 of that phase-in. The revenue in this cost center is an internal charge to the Ontario Works Department to ensure that the cost of governance is cost shared with those programs that allow for it, in this case, Ontario Works. And we have our first green level suggestion for cost savings, and that is to reduce the public relations budget of county council, and the amount is $3,000, so you still would have a public relations budget, you just have half of it. And with that, we will pause.
I'll try this anyway. No, I think you better do it.
Any questions, comments for the 2 green items? Just a quick question, Mr. Burke. It's down. The suggestion in public relations budget is down to $3,000. Have we spent anything more than $3,000?
I'm not sure where we're at right now. This budget is typically used for things like your jackets and that type of thing.
Yep.
So I think we're probably into it for a bit, but I'm not sure the exact amount.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing nothing, I'm going to mark that down as consensus that reduction is okay to go ahead.
Sure.
The next reduction in county council is around the warden's banquet. So in F&A, there was a bit of a discussion around awards and banquets. Prior to COVID, we had 2 awards dinners, one called the Warden's Banquet and one called Service Awards. Through COVID, we ran neither of those items. And post-COVID, we brought one of them back. The one we brought back we called the Warden's Banquet, but it was in fact the night at Festival Hall that was well received. And our estimate is that it has a budget of $10,000. We would propose that we not run a similar event in 2024.
The member from Iron Park, please.
Thank you, Warden. Will we have another event to recognize our employees?
Through you, Chair. So we do have activities that recognize employees, such as a summer barbecue, as well as service awards, which are post-COVID, their gifts, but prior to COVID, or their gift cards, but prior to COVID, it was a certain value of gift for each year of service at the 10-year mark and 20-year mark and things like that. So we still have those, but no, we would not have an event like we had in November.
Member from North Algonah Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just curious, did we spend that $10,000 budget, or do we have an actual cost?
Through you, Chair, I don't have the full cost in front of me, but yes, we did spend, I would suspect, the $10,000 on that night at Festival Hall.
Member from McNabb side, please.
Thank you, Warden and Chair, and thank you, Mr. Burke. So, post-COVID, we've got a different climate in terms of recruiting. Job satisfaction is critical component of any retention and recruiting efforts. We've got 900 employees. I'd be very uncomfortable cutting this out because I think it's in this current labor market. It's not just about the money, it's about the recognition and the team building and the spirit and giving people purpose for what these 900 employees plus are doing for the county. So I thought it was a tremendous event, and I'd be uncomfortable seeing that cut.
Sorry, I just whispered to the warden, I'm a bit confused by this line item. It used to be about 6,000, and it was specifically a warden's banquet congratulating the warden. We took it away, but we left the service awards banquet until, of course, COVID. So the service awards was in a different line item pre-COVID.
Yes, probably was. And in 2023, when we thought about bringing back an event,
that's where you put it.
This is where it ended up, and probably misnamed the Warden's Banquet,
Okay.
but it's the event we ran in November.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't like the Warden's Banquet but I'm not very comfortable with those. So, but I agree with what the member from McNabb Brayside about the importance to staff. And is there another line that we use? This is the line now. Okay, so.
Could we rename it?
Yeah.
We certainly can rename it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Any other questions? So is there a general consensus to keep this? I see a number of heads moving, so good. Thank you.
Moving along into our next cost center, the finance and administration. So this is a rather large department that comprises my finance department, myself, the director of corporate services, the CAO, and deputy clerk as well. We have 14 full-time staff in that department. And funding comes from a number of internal charges. So the idea is to make sure that the cost for providing back office support is shared by those departments that are either funded or cost shared in some way. So that's why we have these internal charges. Where we have a department that is not funded or not cost shared, we don't have internal charges. And that's the distinction why certain departments have internal charges and certain do not. We do have an enhancement in this department, and seeing that our CAO is still online, the business case and background begins on page 130 and I would turn it over to him.
Thank you, Daniel. Through you, Warden and Chair. Yes, so what Finance and Administration heard last week was a report that the direction of staff to bring the recommendations from Strategy Core forward to today's open meeting. The council may recall in fall, we engaged Strategy Core to look at our senior leadership team organizational chart with the departure of the Director of Corporate Services and the Director of Community Services. So they have completed that review and have provided a number of options or recommendations for us to consider. I'll note some of the recommendations I'm still working through and will still be seeking finalization. However, in terms of a phased approach, the budget pressure that's appearing is a realignment of the clerk roles into a manager of legislative services. Sorry about that. And the incorporation of the treasurer into the manager of finance roles. So that does create a slight budget because of the grouping or the grid alignment to create wage equity. Okay.
Mr. Burke?
No, I was just going to suggest just our general sounding of the room, if there's any comments or questions on the item.
Okay, seeing none.
Okay, we'll mark that down as consensus to leave in our budget. Moving along. Trying to move along. Can you just push me
Could you help?
2
Ken,
slides
please?
ahead?
Thank you.
Nope. Too far. There we go. Okay, we got her now. Human resources. So Human Resources Department, 7 full-time staff and 1 co-op or summer student. Funding, so we have $59,000 from our municipal modernization grant, which is 65% of the cost of our new HRS system. Year 2 of 3 for that funding and that software. And then again, likewise to finance and admin, we have these internal charges to make sure the HR costs are shared where there's an opportunity to recover some of them. Our green level suggested reductions. The first one is to remove a part-time administrative assistant from Human Resources. That position is currently vacant and not in use.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor, or a member from Killaloe, Hegde Richards, please.
Thank you, Chair. When was the part-time administrative assistant put into place? Last year or the year before? Or?
Before that.
I believe it's been there certainly since I've been here. Yeah. The position, it's been vacant for a number of months and on and off before that. But certainly as my tenure, it's always been available.
Supplementary?
And has there ever been discussion of adding that person? Like, I know it's in the budget, but a real person to put in there?
There has at various points, certainly within the 2023 year, been a person in that position, yes. So it has been utilized previously. It's not being utilized currently and for the last several months.
Okay, thank you. And member from Greater Madawaska and then Deep River.
Thank you. You say it's not being, through you, Chair, you say it's not being utilized. Is it not being utilized because we can't fill that position, but it is needed, that extra person is needed?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. This position is not an HR technical staff, it's an HR admin staff. So it's fillable for certain. It's not a high skill set, hard to find type of position. As to the utilization of it or whether it's required, presently HR staff feel that it would be a minimal service level disruption to not have it, and that's why they have suggested it in the green level.
Thank you.
And did I see Deep River? Yes, I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. I find it a little odd that we're this deep in the weeds, but my question is, moving forward, are we removing this from the budget, or are we removing this from the org chart?
Thank you. If the budget is approved as presented with these service level reductions, it would be removed as a funded position from your budget and likewise from the org chart.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions? Oh, I'm sorry, member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Same question as Deep River, whether it had to be removed from the org chart or just unfunded for the year.
Okay. Mr. Burke?
So one of the historical things with the County of Renfrew is that any increase or decrease in the level of staffing is always brought to County Council for approval. So you will see a summary in the back of your book of all the staffing changes we had from last year's budget. So up or down, we always track those. So this would be a decrease in the hours on our org chart. If for some reason mid-year or next year that wanted to be increased, we would bring that to County Council, and you could of course increase that either as part of next year's budget process or likewise. But if we don't have a budget for the item, we wouldn't staff up to it. If it stays in the budget as available hours, the manager over that department would proceed to fill that position. They would open recruitment for that and begin to fill those positions. They wouldn't bring it to County Council to say, can I recruit for the position I have a budget for?
Okay. Thank you. So is there just a general consensus on those two green items? Okay.
Hearing the consensus to cut that. The second green item is, if I can go back, the County of Renfrew received municipal modernization funding, which is 65% of the cost of two multi-year projects. The first one is this HR system. The second one is a ESRI platform, which is GIS software. In the year the funding was approved, our application and the announcement, County Council determined that the unfunded portion, that 35%, would come from the provision from unallocated funds. 1 year on, we're now in year 2, this would be a continuation of that method, that the unfunded portion of these programs would come from the provision for unallocated funds, thereby reducing your provision that's available to be used for other items. So with that, I would turn that one over as well.
Okay, are there any comments for that? And again, we've got consensus on that? I'm sorry, did I see a hand? Member from Whitewater.
I've got no problem with the recommendation. The question is that within the provision for unallocated funds, are there other priorities by which we need to measure this against?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. So the idea behind the provision for unallocated funds is historically that it's $300,000 and it's essentially a corporate-wide miscellaneous account. You don't know what might come up during the year, but if something does come up like this, where it involves a municipal share or there's a priority that emerges, you've got a spot on your budget for those items. And that's what that provision for unallocated funds is. So with this and its twin, the ESRI system unfunded portion, you have less of that $300,000 available should something arise. That's the thinking behind it. I should also note that when we get there, I've also offered to just decrease it as well. But we'll get to that a little later.
Okay, thank you. And just for my ease of view, is it possible, a member from Whitewater, you could slide over into the next area, the next seat? Thank you.
You know you want to be Sheer Valley. Yeah, Peter can't see you at all.
And member from Mr. Bromley, please.
I should, my first inquiry is, so the provision will be later in the Finance and Administration. You want to withhold any conversation on that until that point? Because that's what my comment is with respect to the provision itself.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So with that, are we seeing some general consensus on this green item at this point? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ward. Moving on to IT. So IT is 6 full-time staff. They have 1 capital purchase of a new computer, and like the other 2 departments we've already talked about, they have about $350,000 in internal charges. They also have an enhancement, and the enhancement is to purchase a consultant or a business analyst consultant service. So from our IT strategy review, the idea came forward to have a IT business analyst bring that business process and IT transition skill set to a couple of areas across the corporation and enable that digital transformation. So this $50,000 would be enough to enable us to take on 1 or 2 of those types of projects. And with that, I'll pass it for discussion.
Thank you. And the member from North Algona.
Thank you, Chair. And just for clarification, is this a one-time expense or is this a permanent position?
Thank you. The idea is that they would not be our staff. We have struggled in the past to find this particular skill set. So what we would do is we would be outsourcing it to a consulting firm.
And if I might, does this set back our progress on our digital strategy, or is there something else that we could do in the interim should we agree with that?
We have, thank you, Warden, we have used a similar item in the IT budget in the 2023 year for a review, I believe it was of our Microsoft Office 365 application. So we have started down this road already a little bit, and this would either halt it or allow it to continue, I would say.
Member from Killu, Haggerty, and Richards, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is the way of the future, and I don't know if we're ever going to be able to look back, and it's the way we're going. You have to accept things like this.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Just that they understand this is, okay. So, but everybody understands that this enhancement is adding to the budget. It is not included in the budget as it sits. We're all good, yes. Thanks.
Member from Whitewater, please.
I think she said it's adding to the budget.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. And I guess what I wanted to just share is that I'm good with putting it on that list if we can then take a look at those enhancements as one snapshot, sources of funding, and then have more comment at that point in time. Is that okay, Chair?
Yes, I think that's the idea, is that we'll have what I would call a tally sheet at the end that we could then do a second deeper look at it.
Good. I'm in support of bringing it forward for that list.
Okay, so we'll support bringing this forward to the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Moving out of Finance and Admin Committee for the moment, we'll shift gears into the Development and Property Committee. So this is Director Davis, and it comprises about 3% of the County of Renfrew net costs, so a rather small division. Though its director is quite a tall and big man, so I shouldn't have said that. Moving along to the first cost center, and this is the cost center for this building, 7 or 9 International Drive. It has 2 full-time staff and 1 summer student. Most of the pressure in this department is just in service contracts and the general inflation of building related items. I have on my slide an unknown insurance increase impact, and we had estimated at 10%. Since last week, in mid last week, we have in fact received our insurance renewal. So we know that the property portion of our insurance is actually only increasing by about 5%. Likewise with the general liability and the auto insurance. However, we have pressure in our medical malpractice insurance, some 38% increase over the prior year. So across the corporation, increase in our insurance costs is about 8%, slightly less than my 10% estimate, but it's not evenly distributed. So just to comment on that. Capital work planned for this building is a generator transfer switch of $33,000 and roofing of $125,000. Revenue for this building is some internal charges to offset, firstly, the cost of management of the OPP building, which is a lease that we have in Renfrew, and as well as the costs of renting space in those departments that are cost shared, again, to ensure that where we have funding or cost sharing, a portion of their cost to occupy a building is absorbed into those funding or cost share agreements. The next building on our list is the building in Renfrew, the Renfrew County Place building. It has 1 full-time staff. A capital work plan for that building is a new security system at $75,000, lighting equipment at $75,000, the completion of a second exterior garage. So council will recall that we had approval to build 2 new paramedic garages in that building. So we're through 1.5 of those in the 2023 year. This is the completion of the second one. The other capital item is a light vehicle for the staff there. Revenue in this department comes from internal and external leases. So we do have some external organizations renting space from us in this building. One of those spaces is actually currently vacant at the moment, but we do anticipate being able to rent that again shortly and make up the lost revenue. And likewise, we have our internal lease charges, as well as a portion of those internal lease charges are dedicated to repaying the capital reserve withdrawal we took to build those 2 new paramedic bases. So we will repay our building reserve over 15 years for the construction of those 2 new paramedic garages. Moving along, our next cost center is for 6 paramedic bases that are owned by the County of Renfrew. And just so you're aware, there is a 7th in Pembroke that is rented from the Pembroke Hospital. So there's 1 that we don't own and 6 that we do. So the costs for maintaining these buildings are fully recovered by an internal charge to the paramedic service to ensure that they're captured in the funding formula and cost share for paramedic service. Planned capital work is some new air conditioning at the Armprior base and the remaining cost to get the new Eganville base up and running. So council will recall last year we purchased a new paramedic base in Eganville, and this is the balance of that cost to do the necessary repairs to make it usable as a paramedic base. Likewise for the RCP building, we do have internal charges that are repaying the building reserve withdrawal we took in order to build the new paramedic bases. So over a period, depending on the base, it's either 15 or 25-year period. In this department, we do have a requested enhancement, and it is for 1 extra day of part-time staff time in order to manage the additional workload of a new paramedic base. Now, that staff person would form an internal charge and be allocated through to the paramedic service. But it's here because the staff member in question would actually be a DNP staff member, and this is where we have it. So with that, I'll turn it over for consideration.
Thank you. Comments from members of council? Member from Deep River, please.
Thank you, Warden. An enhancement of 1 extra day a week of part-time staff to accommodate the increased workload utilizing an existing staff. How does that become an enhancement? We already have that cost. It's an enhancement in this budget, but I'm assuming there's an offsetting reduction in somebody else's budget. So how do we categorize that as an enhancement?
Thank you. Through you, Warden. So currently we have a budget and an org chart that it has a part-time staff in DNP at 3 days a week. This would be 4 days a week, so an increase in absolute hours. And that's why it's coming for you as an enhancement, an increase in the absolute hours budgeted.
Any other comments? Member from Abbotsford Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 12, the one you actually have up there, Mr. Burke has up there now, do we have, like, on the second main bullet point, Eganville OPP, like, do we have something in hand? Is that projected? Is that established?
I believe at this point it's in early discussions. And perhaps I can turn that over to Chief Nolan if you care to comment on the possibility of the OPP leasing part of the new Eganville base.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Burke, through you and chairs to the Budget Working Group. Certainly at the recommendation of Bonshire Valley and the existing relationship between the OPP and them, as they are also our landlord, there's been a recommendation to have conversation with the OPP to shift their existing community space from the municipal hall, municipal building, to the new property. Those conversations have begun in early stages in terms of socializing the concepts, and because it's a balance between the existing landlord and potential space, we've not made any commitments in either direction other than to say there's a need within the community, there's a recommendation from the municipality to move in this direction, and while there are other conversations going on with the OPP as well for other space such as the Renfrew detachment, it's part and parcel with those conversations, as well as being their existing landlord at that 450 O'Brien space as well.
If I can also add, they are ostensibly in a storage closet in our fire hall right now. The challenge is that if they want to interview witnesses or have a confidential conversation, there's going to have to be more conversation about how they fit into the new paramedic base.
Thank you. And the Evans to Bromley supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So presumably then, if these are initial talks, there is nothing contained with the revenues until such time as any agreement can be reached, correct?
Through you, Chair, we have tentatively budgeted $12,000 of recoveries on maybe an optimistic assumption that we could recover that from the OPP. As these departments are fully cost shared with the paramedic service, we have reduced the internal rent charge to the paramedic service by $12,000 and added an external one. So if I go back one slide into the very hard to see outside recoveries dash outside, that would be the estimated rent. So it is built into the current budget as an assumption that that's something we will do. Likewise, in our CP building, we also have a rent assumption that we can re-rent our vacant unit at this time and recover some more rent there. So there's two areas of the corporation where we were estimating rent for tenants we do not yet have secured leases with.
Supplementary?
Thank you. And final question on this one, Mr. Warden. So as its own separate line immediately under internal lease, if in fact that does not come to fruition, does that continue to be a revenue but that it gets reassigned to the line above it? Where I'm coming at specifically on this is the $15,000, and perhaps that is not predicated on there being a subsequent tenant. Perhaps it is simply being predicated on the base itself. But I'm wondering if I am mistaken, if that's an enhancement, would not that revenue line be an offsetting enhancement of a recovery then as well? Or is it anticipated that that extra custodial staff presumably is going to be required regardless of what happens with the lease?
Through you, Chair, yes. So the extra custodian staff was anticipated independent of any OPP space rental.
Thank you. Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I'm also in favor of this enhancement of a part-time staff for one extra day. It's a simple fix. We already have the employee in place, and we have a new building that needs looking after. If I could just go back to the page for the Renfrew County Place, there's a bullet there that says lighting equipment. Does that mean lighting and equipment, or is this all just lighting? And if in fact it is new lighting for this building, is there going to be some cost recovery in terms of us putting in a new LED system that'll eventually pay for itself in the future?
Mr. Burke. Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Through you, Warden and Chair. So this item will be discussed when we work with our climate action plan consultant to see if we can incorporate these changes moving forward. So right now it's a cost estimate for 2024, but it can change and it could be dedicated and dictated what we're going to put there. So hopefully that answers your question in a kind of an oblique way.
Okay, and I guess as a follow-up to my friend's question, is that something that we could, after we get the recommendation from the consultant, push out to 2025?
Yes, it can.
Okay. I thought that was your next logical question. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. I heard, I think, a consensus to leave our enhancement for an extra day into the budget. Moving on to our next cost center, that is our building we own in the town of Arnprior. So, not to be confused with the Arnprior Paramedic Base, there is another building we own in the town of Arnprior. In this building, all costs are fully recovered between our external leases and our internal lease charges. And likewise, we have that internal reserve transfer to repay the cost we took out of our building reserve to buy the original building. In prior years, this building was used by community services. However, it is now fully occupied by the paramedic service programs and Arnprior Regional Health. Capital work planned for the 2024 year is $30,000 for a new security system. And we have several enhancements to make the building more usable for paramedic service. So a garage upgrade to store a vehicle. In that garage, we need an oil and water floor drain separator, as well as a generator to make sure the building maintains power. So the total enhancements, I believe, are $150,000, and they would be withdrawn from reserves, and then in the 2025 year, we would calculate either an increased rent to the external tenants or an increased internal charge to paramedic service to recover and repay that enhancement to the building over a number of years. And with that, I'll pause there for comments.
Thank you. Member from Arnprior.
Thank you, Warden. It's to do with the generator for $70,000. Generac is 14 or 15, which is a 240 volt system that does more than one house. Is that some sort of a special generator?
Through you, Warden and Chair. So this is a high-level cost estimate, and it's not just a matter of one generator. It's a matter of the switches and what we have to do internally to make sure the generator works with this building. And so that's why we have this estimate at $70,000, not just the cost of the generator. Thank you.
And just a question, I note security system for this building and then security system for the, for Renfrew County Place. Do they have an existing system that works? And can we push that out again?
Thank you, Warden, and through you to you. This security system was originally put in 2013, so this was an old building we renovated in 2013, 2014, and the security system is in place at Eden McGonigal, and it's past its lifespan. We're spending more staff time trying to resuscitate and keep this system going, and through our consultant, security consultant, they've recommended the upgrade. And so that's why we have it in place for this year. And I'd recommend, if we could, to upgrade this system in 2024.
And Renfrew County Place?
Renfrew County Place, it's similar, and we have to do some additional work if we and when we move a VTAC into the lower space. So that's why we need the additional support for our security system at Renfrew County Place.
Thank you. And then sorry, James, all of the upgrades?
Correct. That was it.
Okay, so all of the upgrades to these two, is that something that is billable back to the province of Ontario?
In this situation, no, it's as part of our operational budgets.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kelly first, and then member from North Algona.
Thank you, Warden. I just would ask perhaps Daniel to clarify when we talk about these upgrades to capital, whether they're coming from operational or capital reserves, and the possible suggestion that delaying them till 2025 would assist us in lowering the levy target.
I think if you're talking about a system that's actually costing staff time, that's one thing. So the 30,000 or almost 31 I get, but for RCP, then when do we have an idea of when VTAC is moving in, and could it be an add-on security as opposed to, because security systems have come down in price quite substantially, actually, as opposed to going up. So I'm just wondering if there could be cost savings. I need closed captioning under me.
The security system, and especially the Eden McGonigal, I'll repeat that. I think that's a priority. The 450 O'Brien or Renfrew County Place, we can look into this to see when we can kind of push this off till 2025. And again, your question about VTAC, we expect VTAC to be moved into the new space, the old health unit space in the first floor at Renfrew County Place, first quarter of this year. So they're moving fast. Yeah.
And I believe Mr. Burke, if you can answer Mr. Kelly's question.
Yes, thank you, Warden. And that's an excellent point, Craig. What I should have made clear is that all of the capital projects that I've mentioned so far have an offsetting withdrawal from reserve. So in the county of Renfrew, we made the decision a number of years ago that all capital work would be funded from reserves, and then in your finance section of your budget, you would see the contribution to those reserves. So that's how that flows. In this case, this specific building development property has a building reserve account. So we would withdraw the $30,000 from that reserve account to do the upgrade, and then the building itself has a reserve contribution, so it's charging a premium on its rent that covers not only its operating costs, but also a contribution to the capital reserve, designed to cover those items that come up that are capital in nature. So again, as an operating target levy, cutting a capital job would not reduce your operating target levy. It's more of a long-term financial plan solution to remove items from your capital plan.
Okay, thank you. Member from North Algona Wilberforce, and then from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to confirm if my assumption is correct. The enhancements for the garage for the paramedic vehicle are specific to the paramedic services. So I'm just assuming that they intend to stay there for a number of years so that there'll be time to recapture those expenses through the ongoing chargeback.
Mr. Davis.
Through you, Chair and Warden. So if you recall, and you may not recall, that this spot at A McGonigal was originally a distribution center for a small company. And that garage, the existing garage, as we incorporated it into this Renfrew County facility, was just a loading area. It wasn't designed and meant to have store vehicles. So we do have a commitment from Chief Nolan and his team through his programs that he needs and desires this building for this year and a number of years to come. And to make this garage acceptable for a vehicle, those are the action items we need to make sure it's acceptable for us. And maybe I'll pass over to the Chief if I could, Chair and Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I can certainly echo those sentiments, of course contingent on provincial community paramedic funding and VTAC funding in terms of our need of the space at McGonigal. However, given that it would be storing light vehicles in our circumstance and that the base is nearby, it does assist us in meeting the provincial requirement that we provide shelter for all vehicles, all emergency vehicles, and that garage space allows us to do that, as well as consolidate the community paramedic program running out of that space, because one of the two 12-hour vehicles that we added as part of last year's committed enhancement is starting and ending its day in Arnprior, and then pushing up the valley based upon the space requirements. Principally, one of the issues was the existing Eganville base and the space issues there. So we've been able to move things around. So we have no intentions of going anywhere. In fact, it's an excellent space and an excellent location for us, given the adjacency to where many of our staff live, and also as vehicles come and go from the city, the Arnprior base station becomes kind of a home base, if you will. If you've ever played the game tag, to get our crews out of Ottawa, get them back into the county, and then back into service. So that's one of the strategic advantages to having the Arnprior ambulance base the way it is, and not have a significant amount of community paramedic presence at that base, because it's not only cycling Arnprior related resources, virtually all paramedics from all bases at some point over the course of a few shifts will cycle through, will restock, will recharge, and then be able to come back up into the county without having the same exposure to doing calls in the city of Ottawa.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, and then Whitewater.
Again, thank you. So through you, Warden, just a very brief 30-second recap of this building. And I want to thank Chief Nolan for his comments. You may recall in 2023, we were ready to close this building and sell it because of budget pressures. The long history of this is that when we rebuilt it, community services was going to be in this building for a number of years and have a lease to pay it back. Because of different funding models and shrinkage in community services in the Arnprior area, they've gone to a hybrid model and making use of another space in Arnprior. So I just wanted to comment, say thank you to the Community Paramedic Program and to VTAC and now Arnprior Regional Health for occupying this space and having, it now has new legs and we'll see some longevity to this building. But I do believe that these upgrades are necessary to make it more of a 2024, 2025 building. I just want to make the comment in terms of the history of it that many council members may not have been here for or may forget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any issue with the proposal that's in front of us, but it does make me wonder about our building security policy. And when I see totals like this on just 2 of our buildings, it makes me wonder, how much are we paying for security across all of our buildings? And what does that look like? And I'm wondering if we can create a parking list of other issues that maybe we could bring up aside from the budget to have maybe investigated by committee and come back. So yes, I'm curious, how much are we paying to monitor these systems? What's the annual upgrade, the life cycle costs across all of our buildings? So if I can put that in the parking lot, please.
Okay, we can save that for later on in the year, but yes, that's a good suggestion. Thank you. Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I'm also in favor of these enhancements. I just a question for clarity's sake. So there's 150,000 in enhancements, and you mentioned the possibility of a rent increase that would eventually recapture these costs moving forward. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. And would these rent increases have to wait until the upgrades are in place before you could put those in?
Through you, Chair, historically they have, so we've had an absolute dollar and an actual value. And then that's where we've built the funding plan around, is that knowing exactly what the repayment would be because we know the exact amount we spent. So historically, and in this case, that's how the budget is designed, is to do that. Now, in other cases, we have thrown out an estimate and tried to begin the recovery or a rent charge based on estimates, and with the acknowledgement that we'll have to modify that a little later on. But in this case, no, we would plan the rent increase in the 2025 year, should it go ahead.
Thank you. So with that, I'm getting the idea that we want to leave this in place and move forward. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Tina, can you push me ahead? It's a couple more. The one that says OPP building. There we go. Perfect. Okay, our next cost center is our other building, which is in Renfrew, and it's currently occupied by the OPP detachment. So it has one part-time employee, the same budgeted hours we had envisioned increasing to cover off the increased paramedic costs for an extra base. This is that employee's actual home department. So again, through internal charges, this is not where you'd see the actual net cost. The lease term over with the OPP is from 2016 to 2031, and at the end of that term, the cost of the building, which was debentured, will be completely recovered from the OPP, as well as all the operating costs for running it. So quite an unusual method of funding a building, but quite advantageous to the County of Renfrew that we have this arrangement, because at the end in 2032, we have a fully paid for building that the OPP paid for. The other point to mention is that the operating costs are capped at 5%, which is beginning to become a problem given the operating costs we've seen in recent years. Next cost center, moving along, is the forestry department. So forestry has,
My apologies, member from Avison Bromley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Warden. Back on the OPP, and I'm going to contrast this with the other paramedic bases. So when we were going through that presentation, it's on page 11. There's a sum of just under 300,000 is the anticipated. The transfer to reserves is essentially the internal debt servicing that we'll be paying, returning the internal loan. On this one, there was a debenture, and I note on page 13. So the interest expense is an operating expense, and then down in the yellow, you will see the principal payment. The total debt servicing is just under 396,000. But at the bottom, there is an additional transfer to reserves of $58,513 that has been recurring that precise amount since 2016, which I'm assuming is like a surplus variance, an annual surplus variance, shall we call that, which over the 15 years is going to total, outside of any interest that may be earned on that, or if that is as it's being transferred into reserves, presumably it's earning interest, but just as a flat recovery, it's just under $900,000. So what is the purpose of those additional funds that are being transferred to reserves? Or first off, is this somewhat in contrast with the paramedic bases and that $300,000 allocation to the internal debt? This seems to be structured somewhat differently. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, slightly different from the paramedic arrangement is that we actually have a separate and distinct OPP building reserve. And that's what that we'll call it a surplus in our lease payment is funding into that reserve. It would also be the reserve that we would draw on for major capital repairs, like redoing the parking lot or other things of that nature. So that's why the original thinking behind that was that we need some extra money in this lease to enable us to do those capital repairs. So we still have a good building at the end of 15 years. So if I go to page 126, you can find the OPP building reserve, and I think its balance is about $800,000. So the net of all those surpluses minus all the capital withdrawals. So when the lease terminates, there will have to be a decision if there's a balance in that reserve. Does that become used to renovate the building to a different purpose, or what the purpose of that was? But yes, there is an over and above contribution inside the OPP building, which is not existing in the paramedic side.
Supplementary?
Thank you. Thank you through you to Mr. Burke. I am somewhat perplexed at a brand new building if we had a reserve set aside for major. So I think that you had identified in the presentation that the operating costs, and when you said the cap of 5%, I'm presuming, is it subject to an annual increase of a cap of 5%, or is the total costs of 5%? And ultimately where I'm getting is, on a brand new building, I cannot imagine that we anticipated substantial capital repairs. I do know that we had, I think, some parking lot issues that had to be addressed. But I do not recall the conversation. I certainly was in the room in 2016 when this building became operational. So I'm kind of somewhat perplexed at what the anticipation was that set up a specific reserve. I would understand if at the expiry of the lease that perhaps the county would then repurpose it for our own uses, in which case we're going to be responsible for fit-up. If it is going to be continuing with the OPP, or in fact leased to another outside agency, presumably fit-up costs would be borne by the proposed tenant. So I wonder if and this perhaps, Mr. Burke, is outside of your realm. I don't know if there's anyone in the room that could perhaps answer that.
You are correct. I do not recall the specifics of this funding plan, why that rate was chosen. I can answer the earlier question about the 5% cap. So the original lease had an operating expense dollar figure, and yes, they do not permit us to charge them operating costs greater than 5% of the year before. So that's the cap we're stuck and bumping up against.
Thank you. And if I might add, the original intent was that should the OPP move out at the end of their lease, the lease language, as I understand it and recall, was that they would take out their internal enhancements as they were leaving us a shell, which could then be repurposed. And at the time, we weren't sure what that was going to look like, and if it was internal divisions moving into the building, then we would have been responsible for the costs. So we were just at the time, we're trying to have a cautious path forward by funding it internally if necessary. Yeah, supplementary?
Thank you. So, and I didn't turn to the page. I wonder if you could repeat that page number Mr. Burke, that you were making reference, that would be the schedule of reserves, I'm gathering? That is showing the current balance?
If I can add the subtitles to Councillor Murphy, it's page 126. And it's the schedule of all reserves, but it's in the general reserve section, maybe 10 from the top, OPP building. I do apologize, it's quite a small printed page.
Okay, thank you. And I am there now. So I'm assuming that in addition to the dedicated allocation that has been annual as one goes back through to 2016 of the 58,000, in my remarks I had said over the entire 16-year lease, that 58,000 would yield 877, and we're already at 943. So I'm assuming that we have had a fairly successful annual surplus variance being realized on this investment.
Through you, Chair, yes. Without the specifics, I can't speak to it, but I imagine your earlier point about not having many withdrawals from that reserve is correct. It's a relatively new building, so the operating costs are low and the capital costs are low. So yes, we are contributing a fair bit into that reserve. Any surplus that the lease generates goes into that reserve. So,
and to be clear, we're halfway through the 16-year lease, and we have already exceeded what I would have imagined would have been the full 16-year forecast based on that 58,000 annual contribution.
Potentially, if we can add that to the parking lot of items, we'll dig out the original funding plan, which I'm sure detailed why and what the original plan was behind it. And we can for sure bring that back, and maybe you're correct that we are well and away above what the original plan was, and it should be reevaluated. But at the moment, I don't have it in front of me. But that's certainly something we can look at.
Okay, thank you. I would be satisfied with that, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. Moving on, please.
Thank you, Warden. Moving on to forestry. While Tina catches up, thank you, Tina. So forestry, that's 2 full-time staff. We have a bit of revenue from rental agreements for cell towers on forestry properties, but the bulk of the revenue is from forest harvesting operations. The planned capital purchase is 1 pickup truck. Again, that's coming out of reserves. Transfer from reserves is, of course, for the pickup truck, but as well, we would withdraw money from the forestry reserve to cover the special project for well remediation. So these are abandoned wells on our forestry property that when we encounter them and can actually get to them, we would decommission those wells. As well as we have reserve withdrawals for tree planting operations. In 2024, that's planned for the Beachburg Tract. Then we have a transfer to reserve. So this comes from our forest management plan. So in that plan, we would contribute 15% of timber sales plus any gross revenue over $180,000 a year. So that's where we get our contribution to reserves. And as well, then we would use that forestry reserve to fund tree planting operations, well remediation, that type of thing. So we have 2 level 2 suggested reductions in this department. The first is to remove the transfer into the forestry reserve. So essentially we would pause our 2016 forest management plan and not contribute to the forestry reserve in the 2024 year. The second item is to defer a project on plan for the 2024 year to do some surveys for some of our properties, and we would simply defer that by a year. So again, level 2 reductions, we're just pushing the projects further into the future to be dealt with later.
Thank you. Comments? Member from Amherst Bromley, and then Whitewater, please.
In a consistent theme, perhaps, Mr. Warden, on the reforestation reserve, I'm kind of curious Based on, and if I do forgive me, was it 10% or 15% of the sales that were planned to be? How much? 15. It was 15. So I am kind of curious where we're tracking. And I'm predicating that question on, it's not contained on the workshop document, but on the D&P budget. 2 years we have been about half of what was the budgeted timber sales, but in the other years we've been substantially over. And I know in 2023, at the Q3 Treasurer's report, we had just slightly under $300,000 in revenues on a $180,000 budget. I do not know if we continue to generate revenues in the fourth quarter, but that's a substantial amount in excess of what was budgeted. And I'm presuming, I don't even know this, like if the intent was to allocate 15% into the reforestation reserve, if in fact we are realizing a surplus in the forestry department, are we still sticking with the 15% and anything over and above that is just going into the working capital then as a surplus?
Through you, Chair. So there's two components to that recommendation in the forestry management plan. The first is 15% of gross revenues up to $180,000 a year. The second component is all gross revenues over $180,000 a year would go into the reforestation reserve. So that's, there's not usually a surplus generated in the forestry reserve that would go into the working capital amount because typically their operating costs are in excess of that 180.
Supplementary?
Thank you. So I am often I am left bereft because I don't know the particular processes that we follow. I do know that the working capital fund, reserve fund, which second only to the TCA in dollar value, has been the fund that has received annual surpluses. So in this instance, I presume then what I'm hearing is that any surplus realized in forestry is contained exclusively to forestry and is not allocated to working capital. Even in that sense, though, it seems to me, like I don't know, haven't been able to study all of the prior years, but in 2023 alone, we're already, what is that, $116,000 in sales more than budgeted. If the just do bear with me, I do apologize. Well, once again, I don't, the forestry in the prior year, we anticipated that to be an expenditure, but it's going to generate a surplus as far as I can see. So again, thematically, in terms of where are some revenue streams that we are realizing and where we are realizing in dollar value, it may not be substantial as we budget here on a $52 million budget or $52 million levy. But in terms of this department, that's a pretty substantial enhanced revenue stream in 2023. And I am kind of curious what the forestry plan is for 2024 and if in fact we have made any revisions based on what the timber market may be right now.
Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, and through you, Warden Chair. This forestry number of $180,000 was realized back in 2013, 2014, when I took over the forestry management of the county forests. And through the forest management plan created by the county forester, Lacey Rose, we picked an expectation of $180,000, a realistic expectations of forestry revenues. And you see in the past number of years, we've exceeded the forestry revenues of $180,000, but there are years that we've under-exceeded. We didn't meet that target. So that's why we put the target of $180,000. The surplus is what you've talked about in 2023 and possibly in 2024 do go back into the forestry regeneration account. We need to have this forestry reserve realized. So when we do reforestation regeneration processes, especially in the Beachburg tract, which we just cut and made a decent amount of revenues, these monies go back into the forestry. The forest management plan was very clear, the clear expectation. So the 10-year forest management plan talked about the revenues moving forward. We're not going to realize these revenues forever. And that's why we keep an expected $180,000. We can do this. We can try and meet these plus or minus $10,000, $15,000. In some years we will exceed it, but it's based on market. In 2018, 2012, we did not meet that $180,000, and back then the $260,000 budget target. And that's why we have that number there, and hopefully that clarifies a little bit, Chair and Warden, through the councillor.
Supplementary, and then we'll move to Whitewater.
Because I do have the budget that was presented to D&P open, it does extend the actual. So it will have been probably 2019, I think, that Mr. Davis is talking about, of the shortfall. That year there was only 97,000 realized. In 2018 it was actually 255, in 2020 203, in 2021 224. 2022 was 144. So again, it fell short of the target. But I'm anticipating, as forest regen goes on, like, is there a gap somewhere where suddenly we are going to see a significant, setting aside market pricing, is there a gap when we are going to see diminished harvesting going on? Because it does seem that on the expenditure side, they seem forever, whereas on the revenue side, you were suggesting that they are finite.
Mr. Davis?
Through you, I wish it was forever. I really do. But the projection and the type of forest type we do have in Renfrew County Forest for plantations, our main revenue targets are plantations, and we generate a lot of money from their plantations, and they're not infinite. We do know we have a small land base for our plantations, and through the forest management plan, it's very clear we will reach a peak in 2000, I do believe in 2028 or 2030 of our revenues through this one specific aspect. And again, I will go back to the markets though. Market dictates what we get for these products. So if there is a recession or a depression, we'll see this will be impacted dramatically, like everything else.
Thank you. Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just two comments. The first one is just to supplement to Edmiston Bromley's, is that maybe for the parking lot would just be to look at that, if we could ask committee to just re-present their 20-year outlook on this financial plan, just so it's clear in our mind that these reserves we're building now do have a planned expenditure. It's just outside the horizon.
Thank you.
Yeah. Second, if I can do my second follow-up, just specific to the survey project. Now, I appreciate the desire for us to confirm the boundaries of our property, but I'm imagining that in most cases, this is somebody encroaching on what's perceived to be county property. If they're encroaching, why are our taxpayers paying to survey to push them back? Is there a way for us to cost recover the survey costs that would prove they've encroached, and therefore it would go on to their lower tier municipal bill?
Get the first half. Yeah, can you just answer the first half, and then the second half we'll have to investigate.
I don't mind the second half first,
Okay.
just because of our encroachment issues are increasing, I'll say exponentially. Whenever we go to a county forest, whether it's encroaching on with a cabin or encroaching on a fence line, where they're encroaching on garbage, we're having issues more and more, and I guess as society. And what we do is what we're requesting is $10,000. It's a low price, but we do have specific areas where we have issues. And for the cost recovery, we can try to do that through our legal process, but it's a challenge. It's like a civil matter between neighbors. Sometimes you get those cost recovery monies, and then sometimes you don't. And then just remind me of the first question, if you could, Councillor.
Oh. You got both of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I just wanted to complete the thought then, on this budget pressure within forestry. On the table right now is whether that contribution towards the reserve gets made or not, correct? $27,000?
Yes.
So ultimately, drawing in my prior comments, when it seems like there is, in all likelihood, to be a fairly substantial surplus generated coming out of 2023, this one seems like it would be a relatively painless reduction or removal of a pressure, because I'm anticipating that it will already have been contributed. Looking at the larger, not simply the revenue line, but on the Q3 Treasurer's report from September 30th of last year, forestry is running a pretty substantial surplus variance, and if in fact that gets transferred to forestry, this hole should already be covered before it's created.
Okay, thank you. So with that, do I sense that we have a consensus on removing both of these? Okay, thank you. And what I'd like to suggest is we take a break until 11:15. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to everyone for their patience. And Mr. Burke, if you want to continue, please.
Thank you, Warden. So moving along to the next cost center in our list, that's GIS, Geographic Information Systems. So this department has 2 full-time staff. It is exactly like the HR technology solution. This Esri program was purchased with modernization funding, 65% funded, so the exact same as that. We also have a provincial flood mapping funding, which is a 50% cost shared funding. We have a lower tier contribution to our flood mapping study of 25%, so that flood mapping program is county share is 25%, lower tier share is 25%, provincial share is 50%. And then we have some minor recoveries from map sales and a couple other things in this department. Planned capital purchases, again, to come out of the TCA reserve, the equipment reserve. We have a plotter, which is essentially a very large printer. And we have, somewhat unusually for a capital asset, a series of pictures that we're going to purchase. Just to note, the large increase in computer supplies, it's primarily the Esri system. Also, we have some website hosting, and we have an enhancement suggested to move our website hosting to an in-house solution. And with that, turn that over for discussion.
Thank you. Member from Amherst and Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Through you to perhaps Mr. Davis, I will defer to Mr. Burke as well. Is that enhancement anticipated to be a one-off, or is that likely to be an annual recurring cost of doing the hosting on our own?
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, and through you. So this is a one-time cost. So when we purchased the Esri license, the ELA, the Enterprise License Agreement with the modernization funds, we brought this piece of software in-house and provided to local municipalities. Also, there's a piece of software we're underutilizing. So this additional $20,000 through Esri Canada will look at how we can maximize this enterprise license agreement to bring the web application in-house, which is a good possibility, and to be a cost saving if it is a possibility working with our IT department, if it can be handled in-house. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bromley, supplementary, and then KHR.
Just very much straightforward. So that it is a one-off, I think that there is a significant value to be realized of having this in-house. So I'm certainly endorsing the enhancement.
Thank you. And Killian Haggerty Richards.
What does Esri mean?
Oh, you're through you, Warden and Chair. I'll Google it fast, but I don't want to be rude. I'll get back to you on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. And so with that, member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair. I figure I'd ask another question, give you time to Google Esri. Just a question about what effect this would have on the IT department this year and going forward in terms of, upkeep and monitoring of this new in-house website.
Again, through you. So that's the question to be asked. What is the implication of bringing this in-house? And that's why our IT department through Chris Rinn asked for this third-party consultant of Esri to see what would it take to bring it in-house, and then what would it take to maintain this, I'll say forever and ever, but for the long term. So we don't know the answer to that yet.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? And so are we...
It's Environmental System Research, Inc.
Okay, thank you. So with that, are we, do we want to leave these, we're okay to leave this in the budget? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Somewhat connected, we also have a special project in this department, and it's not presented as an enhancement because it's a requirement. So we have this Verity GIS upgrades, which is a requirement to continue to be able to provide the GIS platform as a web-based tool for $63,000. Likewise, we have exactly the same as in HR. We have this suggested reduction to reduce your unallocated funds to to use $25,000 of that provision for this 35% unfunded portion of the ESRI program, thereby reducing the amount that's available for other items.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, so.
And questions, anything? No? Okay, we're good to go?
We're good. Next cost center, economic development. So economic development has 3 full-time staff. We have a couple of fundings from the province. So the Rural Economic Development grant, a RED grant, and that's $70,000 or 70% of one of our projects. We also have other recoveries coming off of Taste of the Valley, and this year we're going to host the AG ECDEV conference in 2024. We have one suggested reduction, which is to remove the agricultural grant to the County of Renfrew Agricultural Leadership Advisory Committee. So this is a grant that economic development provides to our agricultural community, and this is listed as that level 2 because these are also community organizations, and if we don't fund them, presumably they would have to seek funding from somewhere else. So it's really just a cost shift to someplace else. With that, I'll open it to discussion.
Thank you. Comments? Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Warden. I was just wondering if we've got an agricultural rep on county council. I was wondering if he could make any comment toward this cut.
If you'd be so kind as to remind me who that is. Oh, the member from Horton. Thank you.
The agricultural committee has been at 22,000 for quite a number of years, and it's been a struggle coming forward to the agricultural committee that we should be doing something a little bit differently with it. And the committee, when we do have the meeting, will be asked to actually put in what would be a benefit to the agricultural community in Renfrew County, because there is some stuff that 22,000 is covering that we don't know where we're actually, now with the web base, we don't know where we're getting actual value for what we're doing with it. But that's up to the committee to look at. And I would suggest that when it does come back, we look at how much, if we could increase that grant, because the agricultural community is a huge part of Renfrew County. I don't need to be saying that, I realize that. But it catches every corner of every community, regardless what it is. So we do want to look at that, and when Mr. Wabu actually has a chance to get the meeting together, that we can actually come back with a concrete submission that we would actually be able to entertain at County Council.
Thank you. This does incorporate the 4-H club, correct?
Yes.
So with that being said, I'm against removing it, and in fact agree with our agricultural rep that we should be finding what the actual need is.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you. Further comments? Member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Yeah, I agree with the comments so far. I would hate to see this money removed, because I believe the 4-H groups across the county are very, very important at inspiring some of our youth that are interested in agriculture or are actually in agriculture. And to remove that takes away some of that opportunity to provide the support that they need to keep their clubs viable.
Thank you. And member from Arnprior, please.
Thank you, Warden. I again concur, but is it possible that the Agriculture Committee provide a budget to say where the money's actually going to, like the 4-H, or if it's going for cows or whatever? At least we know where the money's going. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that would be, the cost of cows right now, that might be one cow. The member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. It would get you an exceptional cow, just the same. I just quickly did the math, and I'm going to pick up the comments of Councillor Bennett as well. So it's 4 1,000ths of a % of our overall budget. As a placeholder, it's a rounding error. And in picking up Councillor Bennett's comments, County of Renfrew has a pretty significant presence in tourism. It has a very significant presence in forestry. As economic development goes, it has been here from the start, along with forestry, the agriculture. And I don't know what the future is, nor should we be the ones doing that. What we have in front of us right now is a $22,500, and that is not particularly onerous, so I am not in support of removing that. As to what this may be, guidance has to be received through the Development and Property Committee on behalf of the agricultural group, identifying, what is the pragmatic path forward. But at this point, on what is specifically in front of us, I would be opposed to making that change.
Thank you. And to Mr. Davis, when the recommendation comes forward, if you could remind us of the size of the agriculture industry to Renfrew County, just the gross receipts, and then also the employment and the spin-offs. I think we've done that for other. I know I've done it. I have it in my binder for forestry, and I think for tourism as well. So that's just a reminder that if you can get that stuff down the road, it'd be great. Thank you.
2 o'clock today.
Yeah. And the member from Whitewater, please.
128 million a year is generated from ag industries in Renfrew County. So yeah, I'm not in support of cutting this.
So I gather we're on consensus to leaving that in. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Right below that, we have a suggested enhancement. So this is, again, very, very small when we're discussing the County of Renfrew, but it's an enhancement nonetheless that the director had asked to leave in. So it's $2,500 to continue the Renfrew Shire Twinning Project.
Comments? I'm sorry, the member from Laurentian Valley.
Perhaps just an explanation as to what funds are being spent on it and what the extra $2,500 is going to do to the project.
Through you, Warden and Chair. So very minimal funds in 2023. Because we're a Renfrew Shire twinning, coming out of post-COVID, this was an idea and a thought process through the warden and through a former warden to have this twinning exercise, and through 150th Expo worked very well. We're still at the very initial stages of looking at this and how this can work with us, and that's why we just put a small amount for now for meetings and maybe some gifts going back and forth. But we want to increase this probably in 2025 and talk with the warden and with the chair to see what we can expand on this, the twinning exercise moving forward.
Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, through you. And I understand that this was, my predecessor was a huge proponent in getting this started and following up on it. I'm just wondering, now that he's no longer here, who has picked up the ball and is running with this project?
Well, I was planning last June or July when I was going to Scotland to we started working on me just boodling down to meet with them on my own dime, frankly, because I was already there. And I had some conversations about a dinner, so I was going to ship a suit over and all that stuff and get organized. And we were going to take a gift. So at that point, it was simply just a purchase of a gift to present to them, but it all went sideways because of my illness. I'm expecting to go this year, actually, all things being considered, and would probably do the same thing. So it's the only cost would be the gift, because I'm paying for my own vacation, and just to keep it going. I do know in talking with Renfrew County District School Board, they had made contact as well 2 years ago, and were preparing a package for me to take this last year should I go. So I'm assuming they have a package. They want to set up some kind of an exchange, so it's early days for that as well. So that essentially, it's very early days in the whole process, and I was going to be the conduit for a lot of it. Okay, thank you. And so with that, or leave it or take it out, leave it? Leave it, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Thanks, Tina. The next cost center is the Enterprise Renfrew County Enterprise Center. So this is the summer student and the starter company programs that are run by the County of Renfrew. 2 full-time staff. I have a note here about the ministry funding from the Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade Ministry. And it's referencing that the funding was estimated because the funding letter hadn't been confirmed. I understand that that's now confirmed. So we do have funding, but it is the same level as the 2023 funding. So your budget is in fact accurate. And we have a City of Pembroke contribution and some registration fees for various seminars that they run. The level 1 reduction here is somewhat unusual. So when the funding agreements were originally set up, the 2013 and 14 funding agreement, the 2014 to 2019 agreement, they had a provision in them that allowed us to keep any unspent funds for future use. So in this specific program. So essentially we've been running a repayable to the province. I believe its current balance is around $96,000. We would propose to draw on those funds. This is what it is for, to help this program run in future years. The funding agreements as they are now do not allow us to retain unspent funds, but in the past they did. So that's where we have the existing pool from, but it's something that regrowing that pool of funds for future years is now lost to us. We have to return unspent funds. So this would propose to use $22,000 of our unspent funds, of the approximately $90,000 that we have left in that pool.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? As far as I can see, it makes sense to do that, but I'm not a finance person. Okay.
Thank you, Warden. It made sense to me too. The next up, we have our contribution to the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association. So this is a separate organization, separate legal entity from the County of Renfrew that we contribute to. We have a current funding agreement between us, the Tourist Association, and the City of Pembroke that runs 2023 to 2027. In the agreement, it involves our base funding of $290,000, adjusted annually at the same rate as the County of Renfrew budget, but most of our $290,000 contribution is actually in staff time. So we have 3 staff who work for the OVTA, and that's the vast bulk of our contribution is in staff. There is a bit of a cash contribution over and above that. Moving on to planning. So the planning cost center is 8.5 full-time staff, but that also includes the director of DNP as well as the admin assistant they share with operations committee. There's currently an active recruitment ongoing for 1 planner and has been for some time, so there is a vacant position in there. Funding is from severance applications, general inquiry fees, subdivision applications, and then service charges to the lower tiers. The purchase service amount is an outside independent contractor that planning hires to help with the backlog. So this was a last year enhancement where we decided that in order to help us assist with our backlog of planning applications, we would go external and hire an independent contractor to help us with that. The level 2 reductions planned for this year are simply to walk back last year's enhancements. So we wouldn't have a purchase service to help us with those the backlog of planning applications. The backlog would continue to grow. So that's why it's a level 2.
Thank you. Member from Deep River and then Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, Warden. And you answered part of my question right at the end was, so have we cleared up the backlog? And you just suggested that it's going to continue to grow, so which means we still have that backlog. This is a significant issue, not only in Renfrew County, but all over the place. So planning severances is one of the tools that helps individuals or developers develop property, build houses, and grow our economy in Renfrew County. If we don't have the ability of being able to do this work in a timely manner, we're delaying growth in Renfrew County. So it's a concern, and I'd just like to hear from staff that we can deal with the severance, subdivision applications that we need to do, so that though that we're not, the county's not, or all the lower tiers, in essence, are not the obstacle for developers and growth in Renfrew County.
Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, and through you. So just as a reminder, so I think Daniel mentioned an enhancement of last year. I think it was a reduction from last year. So you may recall we had the opportunity to keep a planner, and it was decided at the time this time last year to remove a planner position and create a contract position. So this is why you have it in front of you right now as a contract position for $20,000. To meet the targets or timing targets to move these files along, it's a challenge. We have one vacancy, and we've had this vacancy for over a year now. The challenge for us to find planners is tremendous, and it's not just us. The town of Arnprior, Petawawa, et cetera, Greater Madawaska, still looking for planners. So this is just a stopgap to keep us afloat. I think if we had a full complement of the full vacancy filled, plus this, we would be getting ahead of our backlog, and our backlog isn't like months and months and months anymore. It's improved dramatically. We're now down to, for severances, 3 to 4 months for a response time. Still unacceptable for a lot of people, but that's the reality of it. But to keep this in would be beneficial to us. It's one of those things we could remove it as a possibility, but I think if I had to say my comment, to keep this in would keep us on the rails for planning services. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you. Through you, Warden and Chair. We haven't been able to fill the one planning position. We're backlogged. I cannot see any possible reason why we would remove this from our planning department. It's an economic driver. It's, as a member from Deep River mentioned, that this is what provides us growth. Grows stability, tax base, and promotes our area. And as we say, there's planners wanted all over the country right now, and we're next to impossible to get planners to come. So if we stepped away from this service agreement we have, there's no guarantee that we could have another company, if needed down the road, be able to take us on, because there are so many people looking for service providers within planning to assist. So if we cut ties with this service planner or service group we have now, there's no guarantee that we could get them back when we needed them. So I'm a big proponent of not removing this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Petawawa, please. And then Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair, through you. And I'll just echo the sentiments of my colleagues. We know that developers are struggling not only with getting applications processed in a timely fashion, but hydro hookup, gas hookup, and there's a myriad of delays that are causing problems. And we're in the midst of a housing crisis, and we're trying to get these houses built in a timely fashion. So yeah, I'm against removing this and causing further delays to our developers. The question I have is the enhancement to hire a student. Is this to also get these applications moving forward, or just to take some of the other responsibilities off the plate of the planners we have so that they can service the applications?
Through you,
Please.
Warden. So the idea of a co-op placement or a placement for students is to get more planners through the system. It may not benefit us originally or at the very end, like what happened with our last planner that went to a local municipality. But the idea is once we have people in the queue, so to speak, it provides a service for us. Again, just to be clear, this creates a lot of work for the existing staff. For this enhancement. But we see this as a beneficial not just for the County of Renfrew, but Ontario as a whole. So we want to play our part to increase the number of planners in the system. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Timing is beautiful. Whitewater, please, and then Laurentian Hills.
Fully supported, as per the other comments made by other members of council. I know that we had also talked about administrative support. Was that part of the planning division, or is that, I've got my list mixed up?
Sorry, I won't just nod. Through you, Warden and Chair. So no, that's at a different matter at, I think, slide number 62 for enhancements.
Perfect. Okay, I'll wait till then. Thank you.
Thank you. Laurentian Hills, please.
Yes, I just want to echo what my fellow members are saying, that it's very important to keep planning at the forefront. And I know that we depend on the services of the county. So that's just what I want to say. I'm in favor of keeping this service.
Okay, thank you. I gather we have enough people that are interested in keeping this. Great, thank you. And Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Warden. So that's, I think we heard 2 for 1, both keep the purchase service as well as the enhancement.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Tina. That concludes the D&P committee. Moving on into the operations committee or public works. This is Director Perkins, and it is 17% of the net county budget. So first up, we have our administration department. So this is 5.5 full-time staff. It's the Director of Public Works and Engineering, and it also has 50% of the shared administrative resource between operations and D&P. And so the first suggested reduction is right here in the administration department, and it's actually a suggestion to rebuild the lower tiers for the costs associated with using the fire radio system. So we already recover the charges for the provincial run fire dispatch system, so we rebuild that based on call volume to the lower tiers. Also, in the current year, we recovered the cost to upgrade the fire radio system to a new digital system. This particular level 2 item concerns the maintenance of the towers that run the system. So this would be to try and recover from the lower tiers some of the portion of the repair and maintenance costs associated with having a tower network for fire radio. And with that, I will turn it over.
Okay, thank you very much. Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Would this cost sharing be based on calls for service or on weighted assessment?
Weighted assessment. That's part of the budget.
Mr. Burke, please.
I'm not sure that we were that far along in the discussion. It was more an estimate of how we would apportion those repair bills, but I suppose the fire radio system was done based on weighted assessment. So this would be likely going the same way if we could take that as a precedent set.
Okay. Thank you.
If it's part of the budget, it's weighted assessment. Unless we decide to do something different.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? So, a member from Horton.
Thank you, Chair. I very much like the county involvement in the fire service system that they've already initiated with the digital radio system. I would like to see if we could come up with some costing of where we're going, so municipalities would have their say of how they are going to administer their funds at the local level. That's just to come up with it at this table without knowing where we're going as a municipality is a very difficult decision to have until we know what the figures are.
Thank you. And member from Deep River.
Thank you, Warden. Just briefly, while I almost did this delegation by myself, the rest of everybody joined in quite quickly. Did meet with Solicitor General, was that yesterday? Yesterday. And just for information purposes, the entire, and I don't remember the name of the system, but they're currently under a 3-year a review of the entire provincial communication system, and to be completed within 3 years. Doesn't specifically include fire communications, and we didn't get a specific commitment, but they certainly took our suggestion that they will look at this and potentially in the future it could get incorporated into the entire province-wide communication system. So while it's not a short-term fix and it doesn't change this at all, there could be something in the future. So it was slightly encouraging anyway.
Thank you. And just to add to that, they did agree that their senior manager or director of radio communications would coordinate with Mr. Perkins, and also Mr. Pegg, the fire marshal, agreed to be available to have conversations with the fire departments to try and work on their internal systems. So it was a good meeting in terms of being able to plan forward. So thank you. Any further comments? So agree with this, removing this? Okay, so we're all set to remove it? Like follow through with the recommendation of not including it in the budget, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Warden. So in this case, what we will do is we will apportion those costs and bill them to the lower tier as part of this budget, yes. Thank you. Moving on, Public Works, this is the department we would call capital work. So it's 4 full-time staff and 3 student junior engineers in the summer. And just bearing in mind, there are significant changes inside almost all Public Works departments in the area of staffing, and that's due to last year's budget enhancement that kicked in mid-year. So there was a significant reorganization in Public Works. So your comparable numbers or your 2023 budget only had half of that enhancement. And just the infrastructure management line includes $140,000 in bridge inspections and $100,000 for a transportation master plan. The next department would be the maintenance department. So this is our 4 patrol yards or
member from Abbotston Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you to Mr. Burke or perhaps Mr. Perkins. Where is the day labor crew placed within the Public Works budget?
Perhaps I'll answer that. It's coming up in about 3 slides.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
So the Public Works maintenance is again our 4 patrol yards or 4 patrols. Each one has a supervisor and 6 full-time operators. There's also casual winter staff on call. And there's also a sign shop or a fabrication shop in there as well. And our recoveries into that department are from the sign shop sales, which they do sell items to your lower tiers, as well as insurance recovery. So if you happen to be in an accident that damages county property, we would attempt to recover that from the individual or the insurance company. The equipment department is 3 full-time mechanics, and roughly 1/3 of those mechanics, or one of them, is allocated towards the EMS fleet. It also has some recoveries for fuel used by the construction crew. Our equipment operating budget was built around an assumption of a 5% increase in the fuel and equipment costs we've seen in place historically, or rather we took our 5-year average and then added 5% to it. Capital purchases, again, these would all be matched by a withdrawal from your TCA renewal reserve, but they would be 12 large pieces of equipment, 8 light trucks, 1 medium truck, 4 heavy trucks, 2 tractors, 1 loader, and 4 trailers. Tina, I'm stuck again. There we go. Thank you. So then Public Works Housing. So this is the cost for the actual patrol yards, those 4 yards we have. And you can see on your screen just a little breakdown of the actual detailed expenses for each of those 4 yards, which are the Whitewater Patrol, the Cobden Patrol, the Goshen Patrol, and the Southwest Patrol. So yes, again, capital repairs in this department are concrete gutter and grates at the Cobden Maiden Building for $50,000, repairs and cladding at the Cobden storage sheds for $65,000, concrete repairs in Goshen, Southwest, and Whitewater. We have a level 2 suggested reduction, and that's to defer a site condition assessment. So much like we've talked about several times, we have a site condition assessment plan for the RCHC portfolio. This would be one for the Public Works portfolio. We would have a firm come in and evaluate our sites to enable an accurate capital plan for our 4 Public Works patrols. This has been on the table for several years, and each and every year we have deferred it into the future. So with that, I'll open the questions.
Thank you. Member from Arnprior, and then Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you, Warden. When was the last time we did one of these?
Never, but Mr. Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor. That's correct. There's never been a full site assessment done on this. When the asset management plan was developed in 2014, they just went forward from there and added money as they needed it.
A supplementary.
Thank you, Warden. So as new things are needed at the different yards, then we just make it happen that particular year. There's no forecasting. What we're doing in this program will tell us what's supposed to happen.
If I may, Warden, through you, no, we don't add new things. We're just repairing what we've inherited from MTO.
And supplementary?
Well, I kind of remember having washrooms or something to be changed because of whatever reason, then we didn't change it.
Yeah, we ended up deferring that and did something else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bromley, and then did I see Deep River? No, Mr. Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. What would be the anticipated interval, through you to Mr. Perkins, what would be the anticipated interval in between these assessments?
Thank you, and through you to Councillor. No, I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that further. But knowing we do use a 10-year capital plan, I would assume 10 years would be the minimum.
The
supplementary?
Yeah, and I thank you through you to Mr. Perkins. I am wondering as well if, as opposed to all 4 of them being on the same rotational time, if we assigned a rolling assessment, I think it's ill-advised to not be doing the site assessments and not knowing what the condition of the sites are. But depending on what the interval might be and what the scale of these site assessments would be, off the top of my head, it seems like maybe it would be on a 4 or 5 year, like if it was once per term of council, then annually each one of the sites could be done. And not done again for 4 years, something to give consideration to, so that it isn't all front-loaded into 1 year with all 4, and thereafter it will always be on the same cycle.
Okay, thank you. Township Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair and Warden. I'm just concerned if we defer the site condition assessments, could this potentially cause an employee safety issue? Does it impact upon the safety of our employees or environmental concerns if we defer this?
Mr. Perkins?
Thank you, Chair. No, that is a concern for us, but any immediate safety concerns are always taken care of immediately. So, for example, we had a leaking roof a couple of years ago, and we had to come to committee and get special permission to ascertain those funds to fix it. So anything that's a safety issue, we deal with immediately. But this would identify issues going into the future, potentially.
Deep River and then Whitewater.
Thank you, Warden. So just for Council's slight comfort level, not unlike a lot of our other buildings or our own personal homes or things like that, we have some pretty intelligent staff. And so we have an understanding on some things that need to be done to these buildings on an ongoing basis and plan some for that. What this is like a real detailed evaluation of these buildings that would include foundations and structures and things like that. So it's not that condition assessments aren't done, they're done by us, and it's not the professional detailed type of thing that's done. So it's not that we're ignoring the structures of these buildings. It's just this gives us a real detailed study that will allow us to very accurately plan into the future. But we do plan for maintenance and repairs to these buildings.
Thank you. And Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. And I appreciate the additional detail from Ops Committee. The question I had is, I know we just programmed BCAs for our social housing fleet, and it was an unprogrammed, we need to do this assessment in order to how much to invest. My question is, maybe we need to put it in the parking lot. Should there be a set BCA plan for all of our infrastructure so that every year we don't just keep pushing off the easy wins here? I'm prepared to support the recommendation to defer it, but with the full acknowledgement that we're just pushing the problem into the future. And if, could we piggyback on the social housing BCA? Could that engineer also swing by these sites for an extra $10,000 and do those assessments? Or next time when we do Renfrew County House or Place, could they be included in some kind of BCA done on infrastructure in that area? I'd like to see a bigger picture on BCAs for all of our infrastructure going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't recall any reserves attached to operations, with the exception of the snow reserve that levels out our snow costs. That's the only reserve I think that's attached to it. So we don't even have the reserves that we can pull from that are attached to operations.
Thank you, Warden. And typically for the sites or the buildings of public works, we would use our general building reserve, but it is very much under pressure from all the other building projects going ahead as well. So like Councillor Nicholson mentioned, this was one of those areas where staff thought we could hold a year here. We've thought that before for a couple of years, but it's still true in this year as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Brownlee.
Might I suggest, Mr. Warden, in my comments, I propose that perhaps this could be on a rotating basis, that we stop deferring these and we start with a program, but we start with perhaps doing one in 2024 and establishing a line, and between now and budget 2025, some consideration we given on to what is an appropriate interval in between these.
So what I might further suggest is that we, if we're interested in doing that, is have this one done November, December. Next year's done January, February for two of the buildings, and then that way, at the very minimum, we can, some economy of scale of having them into the area. But so, could I suggest we leave this with the idea that Ops will come back to us with a 4 or 5 year rolling plan, because we've got the 4 yards, and just do them one a year? I'm sorry, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, if I may suggest, in keeping with Councillor Donohue's thought process, if we allocated 18,352 or this year, or sorry, 18,750 for this year, we could begin with one of the worst patrols, shall we say, and we as a group know which ones that need the most attention, and then we can defer 56,250 over to the next following 3 years. That would be helpful to not only us but to the buildings themselves. So thank you.
Thank you.
If that's possible.
Mr. Bromley, please.
It would absolutely be appropriate, Mr. Warden, that the staff identify where it would be best served. And I would be very careful. I'm not even prefacing this based on what the interval is. I think in keeping with Councillor Doncaster's comments, I don't know that that level of assessment is required on a short interval. Once we have the level of assessment, and dependent on what they are finding in the rehabilitation program that might come into play, then those larger scale investigations probably are on a larger interval than even I had been suggesting. But yes, start with one. Staff can determine where it is best used to begin the process.
Perfect, thank you. Are we all in agreement with that? I see that. Okay, I'm sorry. Councillor from Kilwee Richards.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Nicholson that a master plan of all facilities should be done as an assessment, and maybe with this one particular one, that could be the starting point, but it should be incorporated into a master plan of all buildings.
I made a note of it for the parking lot.
Thank you. If you move forward, please.
Thank you, Warden. So the next section we come to is our capital construction, and this is where the day labor crew is housed. So the first chart on your page is, of course, our capital plan for roads, bridges, culverts, totals 36 million. And buried into that construction cost is our own staff working on some of our projects. So that's how that flows. And also presented on this particular slide happens to be the roads revenues as well. So capital construction, our day labor crew is 6 full-time staff and 4 contract or summer-only staff. And to speak about the funding flowing into the public works for capital construction, we have the Canada Community Building Fund, or gas tax, at about 2.9 million. OCIF, which is 2.4 million, which is an almost $400,000 reduction from our 2023 allocation. So a concerning drop in OCIF funding. We have proceeds from the debentures related to the completion of Foymount Road. So that's a project that is in progress now, but will carry forward in 2024. The lion's share of your capital works are funded by the TCA renewal reserve transfer of about 30 million, 29.5 million. And then we have a little bit of other revenue from the from payments out of the Aggregate Resources Act. So,
sorry, Member Mr. Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Just a question. And I'm not certain what everyone else's experience in the room is within their lower tier municipalities. We likewise, in ADMAST and Bromley, had seen a pretty substantial diminishment. And as I understand it, and it is a tenuous grasp, but I will prefer what I have, that initially it was estimated for the 2023 OCIF funding, but for 2024 it is referred to as CRV, current replacement value. And I am wondering if our asset management plan itself, rolling asset management plan, and our level of service and our targets, et cetera, if that unto itself impacts how the formula, the CRV, current replacement value, is determined.
Through you, Warden. That is an excellent question. The funding formula is somewhat opaque to us, but what we understand as our current replacement value is the value that we built into this funding formula is not what you would understand as your asset management plan costs. And the current replacement value is if we put all of the roads that we own, and we just take Director Perkins' standard cost, what's a full rebuild on every road? That's the value to replace all of our assets today. The actual cost you will spend is significantly far and away above that because, of course, you will refurbish it 2 or 3 times before you get to the end of your life of a road, right? So the current replacement value of all of our assets is somewhat detached from our asset management plan. I hope that answers your question.
Supplementary?
The answer does satisfy the question that I had posed. However, it is now proposed a follow-up, which is if the CRV that is the basis of the funding for this or any municipality, do we assign those values, i.e., if we are talking about the entirety, in this instance we are talking about public works, and let us limit this just to the linear assets, the roadways. So is our funding formula based on what we have suggested would be the cost per kilometer for however many kilometers we must maintain, which then begs a second question is how much variability is there across the province on what an individual municipality is assigning as their CRV, because it seems like there is some substantial room or variance that may enter into this formula funding.
Through you, Warden, and we have those concerns as well. Now, the former warden and I and Director Kelly at the time did meet with the ministry to deal with this particular issue, and that was exactly our comment is, are you dictating what the replacement values are? And if it's up to our estimate individually, that leads to significant, I'll say, pressure on our estimates. And if the funding formula works that way, we have significant, it might be a significant advantage to inflate our replacement costs. And that occurred to us that we, being the professional staff that we are, did not do that, but our neighboring municipalities may have, and there may be now unfairness in the OCIF system. And that's what we were concerned about. We did relay those comments to the minister for what that was worth, but there was no direct change in the funding formula.
I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warden. Thank you, Mr. Burke. And I absolutely want to confirm that I have the utmost confidence and respect in the professionalism of our staff. But of course, I cannot vouch for any other staff. I don't know them, and I don't know what they may be doing. And I do recall actually some of the workshops that were held by infrastructure, the Ministry of Infrastructure, regarding this new funding. And one of the questions that I had posed at the time is, so we are at the inception, essentially, of this formula. And I will advise that our treasurer has been able to replicate the formula. So there is a transparency to it, unlike UMPH. Good luck with that one. But with respect to this, my question was, as real-world data is being generated year over year, is there going to come to be some kind of refinement into what they're using with their funding formula? There is a significant gap, in my estimation, that Mr. Burke underscored, and that I believe in his comments have been shared by the CAO and the Director of Public Works, that we may be disadvantaged, or perhaps it is more appropriate to say municipalities may be disadvantaged depending on the approach that they are taking on their replacement costs.
Okay, yeah, I think we're all in agreement with you. Is there any other comments or questions? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Member from Town of Arm Prior.
Thank you, Warden. Just we were at the Roma, and the gentleman said that in 2021 they doubled the amounts to the municipalities. In 2022 they took 15% off. 23 they took 15% off, and 24 he wouldn't commit to what they're going to do, so municipalities can't know what we're going to get when we get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bromley?
To provide
knowing that we're headed to lunch.
Some clarity, though, is there was the doubling that my colleague, Councillor Lynch, has suggested. I know our allocation in Admaster Bromley was just slightly under $580,000 for 2023, and it is being diminished almost by $100,000 for 2024. But we did not see any diminishment prior to the 2024 funding. And in fact, we're advised, all municipalities were advised, if in fact the application, as opposed to the estimate, the application of the new funding formula did see your allocation diminish, it would be capped at the most at 15%. But it is not that all municipalities, and I do not even know of those in this room, if all of us received a diminishment. I know that the County of Renfrew did, I know that the Township of Admaster and Bromley did, but I think that there was probably a considerable variability right across the province.
Thank you. Mr. Burke, thank you.
My apologies. Moving on from our OCIF discussion, the capital construction plan. So just to highlight, I've thrown it up on the slide, and in your package there's a rather more detailed list of the capital works, but this is the simple list. I just wanted to point out two items on the list. The first item, more for your information than anything else, is the Butler Bridge, $1.4 million. Mr. Director Perkins has recently tendered that project. It is our first tender of the year, our only tender to come back so far, and it is approximately $421,000 over the budget we had used, this budget. So, as I think I said in operations, one is not a trend, but it is a point of concern if all tenders go that way. So just to put that on your radar. The second item to draw your attention to is Murphy Road with a budget of $1.537 million. And if you were in the operations committee or saw it, you would have seen a presentation from the town of Petawawa requesting significant adjustments to that project as it is budgeted, and a cost increase to $3.2 million for that project. Again, that's not envisioned in your current capital plan. It's envisioned as the original project as $1.5 million. If there's no comment on that, I'll move on. Thought there might be.
So, a member from the town of Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm a little concerned about bringing this up when everybody's hangry. But you do want me to speak to it now instead of waiting till after lunch?
Yep. Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. So just some brief background. In 2023, Murphy Road was on the county capital asset management plan. And we got together and consulted with the county to get them to split the project into two components. So this 2023, it was a shave and pay from Highway 17 to Woodland Crescent, where our development first begins in the town of Petawawa, plus a 1 meter paved shoulder. With the future outlook being that we would deal with Woodlawn to the boulevard a little later on. So our rationale in coming to the county to get this project split was that this is next to Petawawa Boulevard, our busiest arterial road. So it's a major link from Highway 17 to the town of Petawawa's commercial hub and our recreation hub. So anybody who's gone there to play hockey or use our recreation center, you probably would have come down Murphy Road. And at the present time, there's 3,000 vehicles a day coming down that stretch of road. So the traffic is significant, and it's not just cars. There are a lot of heavy trucks and other vehicles and such coming down that road. So that road right now is in significant distress, signs of base failure. Adding to the problem is that there's no storm water. It's all dry wells because it is still a rural road that goes through an urban area. And all of our feeder streets coming into Murphy have been given the addition of sidewalks, but when now they come to Murphy, the sidewalks don't extend onto that road. Just to give you some other background, Petawawa right now, according to the 2021 census, we have 4,870 young people below the age of 19. 4,000 of those are between the ages of 0 and 14 in the town of Petawawa. School enrollment total is 2,482 within all of these schools in our town of Petawawa, and of those, half of them walk or bike to school, 1,200 kids. Now, not all of them are crossing Murphy Road, but quite a few are because of the location of Herman, Valor, and St. Francis, that a lot of these students use that road to get access to their schools. So of the 2,500 kids that go to school in Petawawa, there's also an additional 700 to 800 that leave their house every morning and walk to a busing point and go to Equinox, Jean Lajoie, Fellows, or Bishop Smith in Pembroke. So every morning during school, there's probably 3,500 kids walking or standing or on the roads in Petawawa. So for us, it's a safety issue to urbanize this section of our street. And of course, that comes with a cost because there are curbs. Stormwater is a significant cost to complete this stretch. So as it stands right now, like Daniel said, it's a $5.8 million project. Petawawa is contributing $2.5 million, and the ask is that the county $3.3 million, based on the county's asset plan in allocating the specific costs for a road project. So I understand that that's a huge ask, but for the town of Petawawa, we're nearing 20,000 people now. We're becoming more of a city than a small town, and we're very concerned about the safety of our youth on our streets. And right now, any of these kids who come to Murphy Road and walk down it are walking on a very thin gravel shoulder with 3,000 cars going by them with not much space. Just to put this into perspective, in November, there was an accident on Petawawa Boulevard that involved Pineview Public School. A car headed to Pembroke crossed the center turn lane, crossed the oncoming lane, crossed a sidewalk, a gravel grass median, went through a fence, and traveled about another 50 meters and hit a tree in the bus loading zone of Pineview Public School. Had this been 45 minutes later, all the kids and the parents would have been out for bus loading and collection time, and it would have been a horrific scene. So because of the amount of our walking traffic, kids in the morning, biking to and from school and other places in our town, we feel this is a project that needs to be done. And I recognize that it's a huge financial ask, but that's where we stand. And how do you fund it? Well, there's only a couple of ways you can do it. We look at projects that are on the Public Works list here, and we eliminate something and defer it to a future year and apply that funding to the project in Petawawa. I guess I'll stop there, and if anybody has questions.
Thank you. Comments? We'll go with Deep River and then Mr. Bromley.
Thank you, Warden. So when we're looking at, so I'm going to start at the beginning with the caution on the first tender that we've received in. So the estimates that we have currently for our capital projects are about 30% higher than 3 years ago. We've adjusted those costs already. These are up 30% higher. This tender has come in, and it's only one, it's not necessarily a trend, has come in 40% higher than that. So cautionary, we know inflation. We see it in grocery stores. We've seen it in construction costs for housing all around. And that's the reality. We are seeing inflation, and we have to pay for it. And we can't defer. So that's just setting the context for what we're going to be looking at for capital constructions for maintaining mostly roads, bridges, and culverts. Keeping in mind the fact that the entire county road system, bridges, and culverts, our responsibility is to replace what we have. So when we look at that and when we pick projects based on the estimates and the asset management plan and the timing of refurbishing these roads, we need to be able to accurately predict that. This specific project in Petawawa is, well, it's almost entirely growth. And it's growth in Petawawa, and growth in Petawawa is good for everybody. But that's not what the county does on our road systems. We replace what we have. And I think it's important, and we've supported it by splitting the project into two and delaying it and allowing Petawawa to come up with the plan for that. But based on growth in Petawawa, in fairness to every other municipality in Renfrew County, it's primarily Petawawa's responsibility to enhance their transportation system and things like that. So it's part of this is a level of fairness across Renfrew County on the services that we're providing. I'll stop there.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, Mr. Warden. Just as a some correction, and it is still substantial, but on the $400,000 over budget on 1.4 million is in fact 28 and a little bit %, which is still substantial, but it's not 40. And on that point, I would also, once again, second Mr. Burke's comments. I anticipate that when we get to the revenue line and are showing that we had a 3% growth in 2023 carrying into 2024, we're not likely to presume that that's going to be a continuation into the future either. We have one project. With respect to Murphy Road, I wonder, and I should have written it down, and I do apologize to my colleague, Councillor Service. So currently, in our capital program, the County of Renfrew is budgeting $1.5 million for the Murphy Road rehabilitation. What is the, on the estimate, I'm presuming that Councillor Service had preferred, what is the delta between what the town of Petawawa is suggesting would be the county allocation and what has been budgeted herein?
Mr. Perkins, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor from Edmonton Bromley. Right now, the county's contribution to this project would be $3.29 million, as projected by the engineers from the town of Petawawa. So the actual delta is $1,752,365.
So it's just slightly over doubling of what we have budgeted. Okay, thank you.
Member from Deep River and then McNabb Braeside.
Yeah, thank you, Warden. Could Mr. Perkins provide us with what our original estimate was for when we were originally going to just do the shave and pave on Murphy Road, what our budgeted estimate is, and then the difference between what we have to do, what we would project to do now based on the Petawawa project.
Yes, thank you, Chairs. And through you to Chair Doncaster, Councillor Doncaster. Originally, we planned on doing what we call a pulverize and pave, which is we go in and pulverize the road, which is what we've done from Woodland to Paquette, and then the last section of Murphy Road actually belongs to MTO. For us to continue from Woodland to Petawawa Boulevard, on our original estimate, was $600,000. So working with the town of Petawawa prior to budget deliberations, we went back with the team and discussed installation of curbs. And again, the County of Renfrew, we normally work 200 millimeters, 8 inches deep. That's our thing. This is a substantial rebuild for this road. So Taylor and his team went back and we came back with a $1.5 million. That's what we were going to sit down and offer in negotiations with the town of Petawawa when we go forward. So. But like I say, right now they need an extra 1.75 to, along with our 1.5 to make it happen.
Thank you. I'll go to McNabb, Braeside, and then Petawawa.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And so my question with respect to this revolves around the transportation master plan. So, Councillor Service has, certainly made a very good case for importance of safety in the community and what this improvement would do there. This is for 2024? The ask is for 2024? Okay, so we seem to be addressing these growth-related projects on an ad hoc basis without without having completed this transportation master plan. So that with our prior situation last year, we bumped a culvert. We found the justification. I'm sure we could find a justification for this, but I think we need to have a better understanding of where we're going with these growth-related projects in the future. And I have to, at this point, mention the Campbell Drive interchange. I mean, this was a growth-related project from 6 years ago that was never properly dealt with. I have to mention it again, that it's the only, we're the only township that services a 4-lane interchange in the province of Ontario. Perhaps other ways of dealing with that, but is it possible to have a little more fulsome discussion on how we're dealing with growth-related projects during this 2024 budget discussion?
Thank you. And member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. And I apologize, everyone, for delaying lunch. But just in looking to the future, and I respect my colleague's comments about having some kind of master plan that deals with the eventual urbanization of streets in some of our growing communities, because Doran Road is also on the books for 2025 in the county's asset management plan, and the section that they're proposing to redo is right beside a 500-home subdivision that's halfway built. So there's eventually going to be another 300 homes in there, right along that small section of Doran, and it only makes sense to urbanize that section as well, because all of these same pressures are going to occur on that little stretch of road. But just, and Lee can probably correct me on this if I'm wrong, but the proposal is to narrow this road to 3.25 meters lane width, which is narrower than what it is now. So going forward, once you've done this, it will reduce the cost of repaving the road because it's a narrower road, and also a double lift payment to deal with the heavier traffic volume and heavier vehicles. So with a double lift, it's also cheaper to repave in the future, and that you're not doing a complete shave and pave. You're just taking off a top lift and putting on another lift. So if you look at the future rehabilitation costs of this stretch of road, by investing this amount now, you're saving money in the future in terms of when this road gets rehabilitated.
Thank you. Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and not to engage deeply on this at this point, but at the sums identified by Mr. Perkins as opposed to what is budgeted, if in fact there was going to be a discussion vis-a-vis what happened on Edie Street or Eddy Street, whatever the name of it is in Arnprior, the realignment in 2023, would not be applicable in this instance because it would be well above the threshold for debt financing. So it's not going to impact the levy per se. In fact, it would remove this project from the capital program, but it would ultimately then commit the county towards an amortizing period. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. All right, so member from Whitewater.
Just a comment and kind of echo what McNabb Brayside brought up. I see this as being divided into two problems. The first one being we have to determine whether or not we want to stand in the way of growth and just maintain what we have. When we have growth in our communities like Racine and Petawawa and Empire, and to not to support those communities to be able to facilitate that growth, we're inhibiting growth. So we have to decide that decision. Are we just going to maintain what we have? Good. Well, let's decrease what we have and allow those organizations to grow if they want to grow. And the second thing is the how. And yes, this is, I would call it a late request for $1.8 million. But maybe if we get past the first question and can agree whether or not we want to support this growth and future growth, we turn back to Petawawa and say, can you finance us on this project using your reserves over a number of years? So it's not a huge 1.8 out of 1 year. Maybe it's we can phase in over a number of years, but you take the hit. That maybe we can negotiate the how in another way. So I throw that back at the chair.
Okay, thank you.
But in my mind, what's problematic is spending the extra 1.8 and taking something off this list that is so important. I think that's where I lose the thread. I think taking something off the list is a non-starter. Nobody understood that.
All right, thank you. So is there an appetite for adding the 1.9 just for the sake of argument? Well, the chair just suggested to me that we'd have to do a debenture on it, but the second half of our conversation at operations was turning the property over, or turning that roadway over to Petawawa. Oh, I see. Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just on a debenture point, I believe we were funding the town of Petawawa on this project. I'm not sure they were funding us. So I don't think it would meet the $3 million threshold because it's their project, unless I just want to clarify that they would be the contract manager and we would give them give them the portion they'd asked for. I just want to just clarify all those points before we talk about debenture.
Yes, thank you. Member from Petawawa, please.
So just, thank you, Chair. Just if I could, so of the 1.7 million remaining, and it's hard for me to speak for council, but we've had some discussions about how we could move this project forward. The town of Petawawa would be willing to sit down with the county and find a way perhaps to find a cost-sharing system or proposal with that additional 1.75, that maybe there's a way that we could find some extra funds as well to soften that 1.75 amount.
Deep River and then McNabb Brayside.
Thank you, Warden. Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the point where for us to replace what we have, the original cost was $600,000 to $700,000, and based on the urbanization of this road, that cost has already increased, more than doubled, to the 1.5 million. So the county is supporting that, but I would certainly support the town of Petawawa's suggestion that, not unlike the other one-off growth projects that we've seen, that the county and Petawawa work together and see what can be done to move this forward.
Okay, thank you.
But right now it's sitting in the budget at 1.5 million, which is more than double of what we would have normally spent on this road.
Okay, thank you. And McNabb Brayside then, please.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's a very good, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's a very good suggestion for my colleague from Petawawa. I just want to point out that if we debenture growth projects or this growth project. Essentially, we're setting a precedent for how we're dealing with these growth projects in advance of this transportation master plan. I'm not saying I support or don't support that particular method of dealing with growth projects, but this would be very precedent setting. And again, I think we need to finish that conversation, sooner than later, is how we are financing and participating in growth projects across the board.
Yes. And we will be having that conversation probably February or March. And Killy Haggerty Richards, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to combine the two, but I think I have to. But we're talking about this road, but next year we're going to talk about the other road and how much that one will increase in cost. So it's not just doing one. We're looking sort of at both, I think. We have to keep that in that context.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we're left with going ahead with this, with the understanding that the town of Petawawa and the county of Renfrew staff will meet and try and work out a solution going forward. Okay, thank you. Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Warden. And if I can hold your attention for another 4 minutes, I can get through Public Works and we can have lunch. So, just to go back to our November 9th meeting, why does this capital plan of $36 million look different from what we said in November? And well, the answer is, coming out of that November meeting, we had a direction from County Council to return to this budget with a reduced capital plan and a reduced level of service on our roads and an increased funding level, and bring that to County Council for a decision today, year one of our long-term financial plan. So here in Public Works or Operations is the reduced service level side, and in the end of the presentation we'll have the increased funding side. So what did we do? Well, that midpoint plan to reduce the level of service required removing about $43 million from the 10-year capital plan. So in 2024, what that means is that the roads that were presented in November, in the 2024 capital plan, there's about $5.5 million less. They've been pushed out into future years of the plan. There's about $1.5 million of bridges that have been pushed out into future years of the plan, and approximately $5 million in culverts. Again, pushing these projects further into the future to try and get about $40 million out of our 10-year plan horizon. And again, just a reminder that that long-term financial plan and capital asset management plan has to come back by the legislative deadline to have those in place of January 1st, 2024. And the last item in operations is trails. This cost center was previously in the Development and Property Committee, but is new this year in the Operations Committee. And again, just a breakdown of what we have. We have 1 full-time staff. We have $3.5 million of land purchase. Again, $3.5 million is coming from a donation receipt, and about $30,000 left in cash to transfer to get that last portion of the Algonquin Trail under county ownership. The rather large expense for Algonquin Trail development, about $4 million, that is our core maintenance program, or our regular maintenance of $200,000. It is $2.2 million in active transportation grant spending, of which 65% is funded and the remainder is coming from a reserve withdrawal. It is $200,000 in ICIP grant, which is 100% funded dollars. And we have about $1.3 million left on our accelerated work plan to stone dust portions of the Algonquin Trail and to withdraw that from reserves. And funding, again, our donation receipt, our couple of grants, And we also have some minor lease revenue for a cell tower and a couple of rights-of-way that we do charge rent on. And with that, that's the end of operations.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, with the exception of Mr. Bromley.
Not so fast. Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you to Mr. Burke. I wanted to on the Algonquin Trail development, so particularly the fourth bullet where we have a first charge against surpluses. And Council may recall when we received both the unaudited financials for 2022 and I guess likely also the audited financials, there was in fact a general fund surplus of $715,000 that has now been utilized to defray as the first charge against. So this is proposing that there is $1.368 million, and my question specifically is, what portion of the rehabilitation, let us call it that, or the upgrading of Algonquin Trail, what portion of that is likely to be captured now in the former $700,000 and now $1.36 million for a total of just over $2 million? Is that anticipated to capture what we anticipate having to rehabilitate out of ultimately surpluses?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, so if my memory serves, the 2022 year was the first year that we had a general operating surplus while we had this resolution in place. So we had a repayment. And I believe at that point, the balance left to be repaid was approximately $700,000. I would expect that by the end of 2023, that balance left to be repaid would be fully covered. That's my expectation.
Okay, thank you. Supplementary, or Mr. Davis? Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. And maybe part of the question was where will this money be spent to along the Algonquin Trail? So just to remind committee and council here that the Algonquin Trail, the remaining portions starting in 2023 to be completed was from Burkett Road all the way to the Papineau-Cameron border. So with the funds of this year, 2023, and the expected funds in 2024 to be spent on the Algonquin Trail, we should reach to the Bissett Creek area in Headclare, Mariah. That would still then remain to have another about 10 to 15 kilometers to be completed beyond that in 2025 to complete our trail within our border. We're still in discussions, and I don't want to dilute the discussion and the comments. We still need support from Papineau-Cameron to complete their 20 kilometers of the Algonquin Trail. So we're at a good spot at the Bissett Creek area. We have a major structure over Highway 17 to work with MTO. But then just to be perfectly clear, all these funds you see in front of your spreadsheet will complete the trail about 10 to 15 kilometers. If I'm wrong, I apologize, before the border. Thank you, Chair. Warden.
Thank you.
A follow-up, thank you. And if I understood, and thank you very much, that kind of was where I was headed, is what is going to get us to the boundary of the county of Renfrew. And part of that is because this is an incredibly convoluted means that we are financing the Algonquin Trail. Ultimately, surpluses are always allocated, as I'd made reference to earlier. Any surplus realized here through the county's deficit surplus policy automatically is transferred at the end of the year into working capital. In this instance, we're assigning a specific toe tag to this that's saying it's Algonquin Trail as the first charge, and then it is just a non-assigned surplus thereafter. If I'm understanding Mr. Burke correctly, the anticipation is there will be sufficient general fund surplus coming out of 2023 to have covered whatever costs may have been drawn from reserves specific to the Algonquin Trail, and I appreciate that answer. And then ultimately more work is going to happen in 2024, which is, I'm assuming, the $1.368 million, or at least the portion that is going to be drawn from reserves as opposed to some of those other funding streams. And that portion, if there was sufficient surplus at the end of 2024, would also likely be covered. Ultimately, if we get at the end of 2024 to that, let's call it a 10-kilometer, within 10 kilometers of the western boundary, what is a very ballpark estimate, but we have now rehabilitated lots of kilometers of this. I get that we had that very gracious contribution from the province of the material at Chalk River. If Mr. Jason would be even prepared to venture a guess at this time, and it could be to a future meeting, but what would be a ballpark of the cost estimate to get to the boundary?
Again, through you. So just to bring people's memories back in 2019, when we asked for the additional funds coming from reserves for $2 million 1 year, the $2 million is the subsequent year to complete the trail. And we had, if I remember the slide we had on the presentation deck, where the estimates were just to stone dust and do our typical things. The unknowns at the time, I think I remember when I put it in that slide, the unknowns were the bridges and culverts and things like that, and that's where we said approximately $4 million to complete the trail at that time, end to end. Since that time, we realized some of the costs have risen substantially. We realize the cost for bridge rehabilitation has risen substantially. So I can give you a high-level estimate of around $1.2 million to complete the trail from Bissett Creek to our border of Papineau Cameron. Again, high level, you put me on the spot, and I don't mind that at all. Some of the unknowns will be the structures. The biggest unknown is that Bissett Creek structure. If you drive along Highway 17 and go underneath the Bissett Creek structure, it's a two-span bridge. We're still in discussions with MTO, who is the ultimate owner of this structure. We think the maintenance and the ownership should be MTO. MTO is pushing back, saying it could be CP now through us to the County of Renfrew. So a lot of unknowns. That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And supplementary, and then Deep
Just
River.
a follow-up, I want to thank Mr. Davis, and I'm assuming the director of the department that actually has the trails is probably most thankful for your answer as well.
Thank you. And Town Deep River.
Thank you, Warden. I think this is quick. Seeing the development and maintenance costs that we have, the 1.368 million, and I know we've also seen the next 5 bullets are the funding sources. And sorry for the wording, but the 1.368 million, how much of this is real money? And what I mean by that is it's not internal charges, it's actual money that we're going to have to spend. Because I think, well, that's the question.
Mr. Burke.
So in the Trails Department, there are no internal charges. There is a donation receipt, but it's specific to the purchasing of the underlying land. The rehabilitation is all cash outflow.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, we'll take a break now, and if everybody could be back by 1:20. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Burke. We'll start with Health Committee, please.
Thank you, Warden. Moving along to the Health Committee, we have Director Blackmore and Chief Nolan. The Health Committee controls about 28% of the net county budget. So first up, we have our 2 long-term care homes. So the county takes property tax levy and subsidizes 2 long-term care homes. And both of those are cost shared with the city of Pembroke. So the cost share formula is the 10-year rolling average of resident census at December 31st. And residency is where the long-term care resident, lived for the majority of the prior 10 years. So right now, our cost share is about 1/3 to Pembroke and 2/3 to the County of Renfrew. So, first cost center inside Bonashare Manor is client programs. So 3 full-time non-union staff, about 19,000 CUPE hours. Bear in mind that our CUPE agreements in both long-term care homes run out to 2025. And for the 2024 year, they involve a 3.25% increase built into those contracts. Next up, we have our nursing department. So nursing is 4 full-time non-union staff, 1 a new position for a clinical nurse, or a clinical resource, which we've estimated and to be funded by the Allied Healthcare. And 6,000 hours of QP staff. That's the nursing admin chunk. In terms of the nursing direct, so the direct resident care, we have 230,000 hours of PSW time, of which about 70,000 is funded by the nursing staff supplement, or what we would call the 4 hours of care per day funding. We have 43,000 hours of RPN staff time, and 18,000 hours of RN staff time. And just to note, the RN or the ONA agreement expired March 30th, 2023. So in that case, we have estimated an increase for our nursing staff. And then we have a couple of other items. We have 1 nurse practitioner, 1 IPAC RN, and 1 RAI MDS coordinator. And in this department, what we've done is we've budgeted on the assumption that we can staff all of our positions. So like we mentioned earlier, we have open positions we're actively recruiting for on our org chart. Because we know we can't staff them all and we're relying on agency nurses, what we've done is we've budgeted $700,000 as a premium for agency staff. So this is because we know we can't staff up to that level and we know agency staff cost more. We've put in an allocation for the premium, that variance between the agency staff and our own staff, and what that cost would be as an estimate. So about $700,000. Moving along, a couple provincially specific programs. So funding for high intensity needs care, which is the province will fund 95% of. We have a subsidy for lab fees. We have a subsidy to have a physician on call, and we have a subsidy to provide a nurse practitioner into the homes. And here we have our first and only suggested reduction inside the home, and that is to reduce our PSW hours, our budgeted hours, by 15,000 hours. And all of those are, of course, currently unstaffed. That and then some is currently unstaffed. So with that, we'll have our first discussion of the afternoon.
So you see, you see the green writing on your slide on page 32. Unless there's any feelings of member from Mr. Bromley.
Excuse me. Thank you so much, Mr. Warden. So ultimately, those hours of the enhanced, we've not been able to recruit for that, but we have then had a concomitant purchase service to be able to provide that, which is as we are all aware, at a substantial premium to what we can do when we are in-house. But I'm just wondering, there is a conversation about the enhanced funding and the eligibility and some new information, and I'm not sure, Madam Chair or Mr. Warden, if we want to do that kind of at the conclusion of the presentation, and perhaps even when we get back into revenues, et cetera. I don't know what the appropriate means for that discussion would be.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to do it then, if you don't mind.
Okay, I'll hold it in abeyance then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so with that, we're in agreement to follow the recommendation of reducing PSW enhanced hours?
I would certainly recommend that.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ward. Okay. So the next cost center inside Bonnechere Manor is what we call food or dietary. So we have 3 full-time non-union staff, and including a dietitian that's partially funded by Allied Health supplement funding. We have 39,000 QP hours for cooks, chefs, and food service workers. In Bonnechere Manor, they share the assistant food supervisor with Miramichi Lodge. And we have a couple minor recoveries for amounts food costs charged into our adult day program, which is a separate program unique to the manor where we run an adult day program. As well, we have a couple vending machines inside Bonnechere Manor. Next up, we have our housekeeping department. So this is 28,500 QP hours, and that's for housekeeping aides. Again, there's a small recovery from the adult day program. Moving on to laundry, 12,300 hours, all QP for laundry and clothing aids. Again, recoveries off the adult day funded program. Moving to the building. So these are the costs for the actual building for Bonnechere Manor. So we have 1 full-time non-union manager, 8,000 QP hours for electricians, plumbers, and maintenance people. We have a bit of a recovery for the adult day program space that they're using, as well as phone and internet charges to residents. We also have one item there is a new funding called the new minor capital funding. And because we're still working our way through the criteria, what we've done is we've budgeted to spend all of the funding, or $200,000, but the exact nature of what we'll be spending it on hasn't been decided yet. So all it is it's a line item to match the funding, but we will spend it. We just haven't worked our way through the criteria yet of what that will be in exact purchases.
Member Mr. Bromley.
Thanks so much, Mr. Warden. I wonder just on this, if I could prevail upon Ms. Blackmore. I'm not sure how old this program is, but it transitioned into this. There used to be a couple of funding envelopes for capital that I think all got folded into a new minor capital. I wonder if Mr. Blackmore could speak to that.
Through Warden to Councillor Donahue. So yes, so it's basically, like you said, a number of different funds are collapsed into one, which we have till March 31st. So it's knowing that it's given us a new lens to look at this fund through with regard to eligibility for some other things that might not have been eligible. So we're prioritizing those for spend prior to March 31.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving along into the Bonnechere Manor Administration Department. So here we have 5 full-time non-union staff, 2,000 QP hours for receptionists. And again, we have the recoveries from the adult day program and from Miramichi Lodge for an administration assistant. So typically between the manor and the lodge, one or the other will either have the director of long-term care, either housed inside one or the other, as well as one or the other will have the admin assistant, and 50% of the costs are going back and forth between those 2 homes. So that's all that is. And then we have an external recovery for a purchasing rebate because the homes are a member of a joint buying consortium. In terms of capital projects for Bonnechere Manor, There's an extensive list there, but the largest by far and away is a replacement of the emergency power generator. Almost $500,000 in capital purchase, a major upgrade to the home. Moving into Bonnechere Manor revenue. So of course we have our resident revenue, and new this year we're beginning to see more of that preferred accommodation revenue with the easing of those COVID lockdowns. And Bonnechere Manor uniquely also has solar panels mounted on it, so there is a rebate coming in for those solar panels. Rather the sale of hydro. Now, the lion's share of Bonnechere Manor's funding would come from the province. So, going down the list of provincial funding inside Bonnechere Manor in no particular order. First up, we have our PSW premium. This was announced originally as a temporary measure in COVID, now permanent, to increase the wages of PSWs by $3 an hour. So there's no cap on this funding. If you have an employee who's working, who's eligible, they will give you the 100% funding for that extra $3. Then we have our Allied Health Supplement. So this is 100% funding to increase staff hours in certain classifications, these Allied Health classifications. The maximum allocation of this fund for Bonnechere Manor is $340,000. Next up, we have the Nursing Staff Supplement. Again, 100% funding to increase or sustain staff levels in direct care positions, so nursing and PSWs. Maximum allocation for the 2024 year is $3.1 million. And then the biggest part of Bonnechere Manor's funding is this operating subsidy, which is a number of components. I think I counted there's about 14 moving pieces in this subsidy. But in summary, the bulk of it is a per diem, about $200 a day per bed. And it is adjusted by the CMI indexing factor. And then there's a number of other components that are flat or otherwise calculated to the operating subsidy. But the home's main problem, Bonnechere Manor's main problem, is that the operating funding is essentially flat or close to flat between the provincial indexing rate for that, what they would give you as an inflation increase, and our home's specific CMI, which is declining slightly. The operating funding is more or less flat, but all the underlying costs in the home are mostly wages, and they're all going up 3%. So that's Bonnechere Manor's problem in a nutshell, is flat funding with increasing wage costs. And that's why they have pressures. If I can jump over to Miramichi Lodge. Costs for client programs. So we have 2 full-time non-union staff and about 15,000 hours of QP staff. We have 1 social worker funded by Allied Health, and we have recoveries for a dietitian who would work in the food program but spend part of their time working on this client programs area. Moving along into the nursing. So for nursing admin, we have 4 full-time non-union staff, 1 new position for a clinical resource that would be funded by Allied Health. In the direct care positions, we have 227,000 hours of PSW time. 84,000 of that would be the increased 4-hour of care supplemental funding. We have $52,000 or 52,000 hours of RPNs and 14,000 hours of RNs, as well as a nurse practitioner, an IPAC nurse, and RAI MDS coordinator. Just like Bonnechere Manor, we have our high-intensity needs funding, our lab subsidy, our physician on-call subsidy, and our nurse practitioner subsidy. And we have the exact same suggested reduction as Bonnechere Manor had, except it's a little bit different because Miramichi Lodge has a little bit more of that funding pressure.
Thank you. Excuse me, is there anybody wish to have this remain in the budget? Because the suggestion is to take it out. Okay, so we'll just take it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ward. Next up, we have our dietary or food. So 2 full-time non-union staff, 37,000 hours of QP time for chefs, cooks, food service workers, and the like. And in Miramichi Lodge, not only do we have vending machines, but we also have a little cafe that runs there as well, Cafe M. Housekeeping, so that's 26,500 hours for housekeeping aides, 8,000 hours of laundry aides. And in the building expenses, again, we have 1 non-union manager, 64,000 hours for QP for maintenance people. And then our recoveries, again, we have phone and internet charges to residents, as well as the same minor capital envelope with the exact same circumstances, $100,000, and we are working our way through what the specific purchases behind that will be. In terms of the administration department, so we have 5 full-time non-union staff. We have the other half of the internal charge trading the director and AA over to Bonnechere Manor. We have the internal charges coming out of corporate services, that back office support for finance, HR, and IT. Just to note, Miramichi Lodge has a rather large computer replacement for the current year, so 38 computers and 7 network switches, so that's why their computer supply is spiking. And again, they also have recoveries from consortium rebates. For Miramichi Lodge Other and Capital, in Miramichi Lodge, we still have the debenture that we took out for the original purchase. So that is, we're on the final year of that, so the October payment this year will be our last one, but it's also offset from capital funding from the ministry for the original redevelopment. So a bit of a wash from the taxpayer perspective, but just to note, the original debenture is now paid. And of course, a laundry list of capital purchases, but most of those are relatively minor in nature, except the biggest one being the nurse call system, which has been a multi-year project at the home.
Quick question, both have flooring. Is it the same kind of flooring or different flooring? The other is rolled linoleum or something? And the number seems to be the same.
Through you, Warden, to council, it's mostly the vinyl flooring, where we're replacing some of the original carpets.
Thank you. Mr. Bromley, please.
Thanks so much, Mr. Warden. Through you to Mr. Burke. On that long-term debt that was issued, that is repaid on a per bed per year basis moving forward, which incidentally is a challenge right now as there has been expansion in long-term care in Ontario. That remains one of the significant challenges that all of those expansions are facing right now, is that upfront capital cost that is amortized or repaid from the province over time. I'm just, and this is a wash, as Mr. Burke has said, but ultimately, where is that revenue received? That's not part of, it's not contained within the operating, is it? Like on the per bed allocation, I'm just kind of curious how we receive that.
So the revenue is, the revenue was negotiated as part of the original redevelopment. So when the province came out with the negotiated redevelopment funding, we went out and we got a debenture that perfectly matched that revenue. I'm not certain if it was per bed, but very likely almost everything in the home is by the bed.
Except that, so we borrowed that money and we have been paying all of the debt service, the principal and interest subsequent to that. But we have the commensurate revenue stream that is now coming from the province per bed per year. And I'm just wondering where we have this is the last year that we're going to be capturing it, but is it another component within that operating per bed basis? Oh, it has it separate. Okay, thank you.
Yes, it is a separate line in our provincial subsidy, so separate and distinct from our operating.
Thank you.
And that does take us to revenue. So likewise, we have our resident revenues and the return of our preferred accommodations revenues, and a bit of interest income and some other odds and sods. And then our provincial funding. So again, just the same, our PSW funding, which is not capped, it is matched to the actual underlying expenses. Our Allied Health Professional Supplement, which is capped at $313,000 for 2024. Our Nurse Staff Supplement, which is also capped at $3,049,000 for 2024. And then our operating subsidy. And just the same as in Bonnechere Manor, we have that stagnating operating subsidy, except in Bonnechere Manor, it's actually decreasing because our CMI is declining slightly more in the manor. Our actual baseline operating subsidy is declining year over year while we have increasing expenses. So again, that's why the Miramichi Lodge has a little bit more pressure than Bonnechere Manor, because their operating subsidy is a little bit harder adjusted. And with that, we leave long-term care, our own homes, and move to other long-term care. So we do have 21 long-term care beds at the North Renfrew Long-Term Care Home, and we have a long-standing agreement that they operate those beds in return for a subsidy, which is $18.39 a day per bed. So that's a long-standing funding item, or a long-standing expense. And then we have our health unit and other expenses. So this is where we would pay our apportionment to the health unit, which we have received the health unit's 2024 funding letter. So that is the actual cost for the year. And also new this year, we have a enhancement request. And at this point, I would turn it over to either CAO Craig Kelly or Director Davis.
I am here, Daniel. Can you just remind me what the page that we're on? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find it in my book. So I can find it.
It's page 45. It's the enhancement request from the Pembroke Regional Hospital.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Much appreciated. And I'd like to address this just as a reminder. County Council received a delegation from Pembroke Regional Hospital several weeks ago, and they're upgrading their electronic medical records software program, and have asked the County of Renfrew and participating municipalities for a donation towards that. A reminder, it's a $17 million program. Similar counties or similar asks have been made in other counties and reaching out to my colleagues, they've made donations and donation requests of about $1 million over the course of 10 years, so $100,000 a year. So we've earmarked an amount in that amount in the budget of $100,000 for your consideration this year. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, I'll throw that open for discussion, please. And the member from Deep River.
So just as a starter, why isn't this highlighted in green or red or blue or pink for that matter?
Daniel's in a position where I'd rather me answer. This has just been highlighted as an enhancement, I suppose, as opposed to a cut or otherwise, and we haven't highlighted enhancements throughout the booklet.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Member from Petawawa and then North Agona.
Thank you, Chair. And I believe when the hospital delegation was here, and they did come to our municipality as well, and there was a very frank discussion about how this sort of thing should be funded by the province, especially I think it was an over $24 million project. And they're going out and asking our taxpayers to fund something that should be funded by the province. So I understand we want to help them out, and I'm just uncomfortable using taxpayer dollars to do so when it should be funded by the province.
I can just interject for a second and suggest to you that hospitals of this size seemingly didn't get funded for it, and there is a bit of a campaign from municipal councillors and a couple delegations to the ministry during Roma talking about this as well, because they were approached and didn't like it. So with that, North Agona.
Yes, thank you for that, and I agree with my colleague from town of Petawawa. I have difficulty supporting this, seeing what our own financial pressures are like throughout the county, as well as our own municipalities. I have a hard time, as you have said, there were delegations with the province that they should be stepping up to the plate to provide some funding, which I tend to agree with, that it shouldn't be on the backs of our taxpayers.
Thank you. So, oh, I'm sorry. Member from Laurentian Hills.
Yes, I agree. So my thinking on this is that county, and I believe this is for their EPIC system to be put in place. And I know that the Deep River Hospital did the same thing a few years ago, and it's now live. And although it's a great program and it's great access for anybody, I think that this should be a provincially funded project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Deep River, please.
Thank you, Warden. Yeah, similar comment and similar to the rant that I make on a quarterly basis in this chamber. Same type of thing. We had a similar request not long ago to provide a grant to the Deep River District Hospital to help offset development charges, which wasn't even considered. And this is no different. This is clearly healthcare. If you look at, well, I can use the Pembroke Regional or Deep River Health in this case. This project or the new 96-bed long-term care center that the Deep River Health has to raise locally $2 million, which they're doing through fundraising in our community. It's a burden on our community. They're taking all of our fundraising capacity, and now they're coming directly our healthcare system. The Deep River Health is coming to Deep River Council asking for money. The Pembroke Regional is coming directly to the county asking for money. This is not a municipal responsibility. We cannot allow the healthcare system to continue to creep into our funding stream, which is really limited to primarily property taxes. And our residents and the property tax base cannot afford the provincial healthcare system.
Okay, thank you. And members from Madawaska Valley, please.
Yeah, I agree with this totally to what people are saying in the room. We also have a hospital in our community, St. Francis Memorial Hospital in Barry's Bay. And we right now, us and our neighboring communities are facing 2 requests from that hospital. And, you know, I think we're getting more and more of these. And I think if we start accepting some of these requests, we're going to open the door even farther than it's been opened so far. So I think, you know, I'm glad to hear there were delegations at Roma, and I hope we can slow this down and get the province to do what they should be doing, funding healthcare.
Okay, thank you. And Whitewater, please.
Good. Just to echo that last point, maybe could I ask that we put this in the parking lot, and maybe at some point staff could come back with a resolution as to how we could advocate for this funding to come from the proper location. Although we may not be able to support it financially, I think we can support it in an advocacy effort, maybe with a resolution.
Sure, we can take it to Finance and Admin later in the year. And Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I was unaware of the delegations, but I know that a recurring theme throughout the Closer to Home conference, which was the theme for Roma's 2024 conference, was that we're back at that point where we were in the early 21st century, those wrenching discussions over who does what and how strained the property tax system, which is essentially the exclusive means of funding programs at a municipal level, and the inequity that has risen within that. Certainly where most of the ink over the course of 2024 heretofore, and we don't have a month completed, was the province stepping up to the plate in the City of Toronto, wherein a 10% levy increase is being proposed, in addition to the province uploading both the Don Valley Parkway and the Gardiner Expressway, and I think substantially augmenting transit funding that is going to the City of Toronto. I think that the pressure from the large city caucus, and I mean, it is going to cascade across every single one of the 444 municipalities in Ontario, and that is specific to the municipal sector. What we are experiencing here is the pressurization of the budgets within the health sector, that it is unsurprising in the slightest that we would be approached from that perspective. Likewise, as I'd indicated earlier, there's a substantial headwinds are being experienced. We lauded the fact that we were awarded in Arnprior, in Pembroke, in Barry's Bay, in Petawawa, substantial expansion of the long-term care beds. And that is yet another challenge, as we've just discussed, is the local community must pay for that, and the funding partner is going to take a 20-year, I'm not entirely certain what the amortization period is on these, perhaps negotiable. Those are very, very challenging environments when so many now are out in the community. So I am enormously sensitive to the requests, and I think that Councillor Wilmer is absolutely right. The pressures that we would feel moving forward, if we were to take this step, I think would become overwhelming. But I also agree with my colleague from Whitewater in that there is a role, an advocacy role at the very least, and to continue to pressurize that conversation, it is now once again time to review the funding arrangements for so many of the municipal services in the province of Ontario.
For this slide, I wish I had a voice. So, Neil told me to whisper, and then you could hear me. I want to thank everybody who said exactly what was in my brain. Mark, 5 hospitals in Renfrew County just opens the door, right? So we talked about this a lot at Roma, and we pay our income tax to the feds, to Health Canada, to the province for OHIP, and now they want the property taxpayers to pay it. I think that there's something intrinsically wrong there. And I agree, advocacy, we can do that. Money, not so much.
So I'm safe in assuming then, I'm sorry, Whitewater?
And I just add, it's immediate. So the hospital, Pembroke Regional Hospital, and just like the other hospitals in our community, they're fundraising. They're taking money away. And if they don't raise the fundraising, it's still a need that we need in our community. So they're going to do internal budget cuts, which means we are in turn reducing our level of service medically in order to fund something that should be funded by the provincial government. So we are double hitting ourselves in an area, in a geographical region of the province where the investment should be more significant. We need more support. So I just urge the advocacy piece.
All right, thank you. So we're agreed to remove this as a payment out and offer up our assistance in advocating on their behalf. Okay, thank you. Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Warden. And we have one last other health units, or other health slide, if I can get to it. There we go. And this is our Ottawa Valley, Ontario Health Team. So just to note that this is a transfer payment agreement of which we are the fund holder. It is 100% funded, so no net municipal dollars at play here. Just that we are receiving the funding and dispersing the funds at the direction of a health team steering committee, which consists of a number of local partners. And the total provincial funding coming into this department is $975,000.
Member from Deep River.
And apologize for this. It's not specifically budget, but what I'd like to understand is the difference between the Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team and RCV Tech. Because it's confusing for everybody. And I know it's not a budget question, but while we're here.
Chief Nolan, you're probably best qualified. Sorry?
Perhaps the CAO?
Oh, perhaps the CAO, as he
Sure, I'm happy to
has
answer
time
that.
with them.
Yeah, sure, thank you, and through you, Ward. Sure, I can make it very simple. VTAC is a program launched by the paramedics and our partners in primary care, and continues to provide frontline defense or frontline support to those in need. Ontario Health Team is an alliance of primary care physicians, hospitals, and otherwise across the county, excluding Arnprior, who is part of the Two Rivers Ottawa, Ontario Health Team. And these primary care networks and supports are meant to find and fund initiatives throughout Renfrew County that betters the life of patients. That's as brief as I could possibly make it, Mr. Doncaster.
Okay, thank you. And member from Mr. Bromley, and then we'll move to the chief.
And I will be brief because the chief will be much more versed. But this has been another substantial evolution of health governance and still remaining in the background, but of concern is whether these are also going to be the funding models of various health moving forward. And that was the impetus for the county of Renfrew taking a very determined approach that it was going to have a seat at the table with regards to this. Ultimately, each of the Ontario health teams, and Councillor Lynch and the Arnprior area is part of, I believe it's the Three Rivers health team. Four Rivers, I beg pardon. And each of them also set the priorities. And I know that I am more versed with the Ottawa Valley team, given our presence on the steering group, that one of the prime goals early is health equity. So that is kind of the governance. It is to bring together what somewhat was the LIN. Prior to that was the district health councils. This is the next evolution. And VTAC is perhaps one of the, and community paramedics writ large, are tools that the Ontario Health Team may embrace in advancing health equity across the region served by that. But I would certainly yield then to Chief. He will be much more versed.
I guess if I could, Mr. Chair, if there's a follow-up question, I'm happy to kind of dive in, but I feel like, between Craig and Michael, it's kind of been covered off, but I'm happy to answer specifics from a clinical service delivery perspective.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no more comment or questions, we'll move along.
All right, and we're into paramedic service. So first up in paramedic service, we have our 911 program, or our core program. There we go. So just to talk about, paramedic, the admin portion of the wages on the 911 program. So we have 21 full-time non-union staff, including the director or chief. We have 1,600 hours of co-op or summer student, and we have 2,184 hours of casual admin staff. When we talk about the paramedic wages, because they always have to be staffed, what we have is we have a staffing plan of some 175,000 frontline hours. So that's essentially across our 6 or 7 bases, it's one car ready to go at all times. And then 3 of our bases have a second car ready to go 12 hours a day, every day of the year. And then we have a mobile response unit, which is another 12-hour car ready to go half the day, every day of the year. And then last year, we had an upstaffing for another car 24 hours a day, every day of the year. So that's where we get to our frontline 175,000 hours of paramedic staffing. And then trailing that, we have this long tail of 7,000 hours of shift overtime, what we'd see where paramedics get either delayed getting back to the base, we have overtime. And then vacation, sick, various other leaves, about 70,000 hours of those. And then new this year, to match our newly announced offload delay or emergency room funding, 19,000 estimated hours of paramedics working inside hospitals. Capital purchases, again.
Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I just, this is page 46, wherein the line items were identified. Actually, on the page that Mr. Burke just had, I guess that's the first question. So that will be a projection for 2024, because in 2023, it was a full 24-hour car, and it didn't be staffed, but it was only for half the year. So it was not 365 days in 2023, but it will be augmented in 2024. That is an accurate chart moving forward. Ultimately, sorry. The question that I was going to ask here is with regards to the provincial operating recovery. It's identifying it as being a 14.3% increase, and as we have ad nauseum discussed here, it is the trailing indicator, i.e. the province will fund 50% of the prior year's budget. So this is showing a substantial increase. And I'm kind of curious because typically the 100% provincial dollars that we've received have been either within the VTAC program or within the community paramedic program. But I'm wondering if some of this additional funding for 2024, I don't know if there is just a single stream or if there were several different envelopes that were meant to address offload delay that are 100% provincial dollars, and I'm wondering if they're captured in here. Because that increase from the province seems an outlier in terms of what we have typically seen.
And so through you, Chair, so on this slide, what we're capturing is we have our estimated provincial recovery for operating, the 11 million, and then 2 lines above it, we have our recovery, what I've called offload delay, but it's provincial offload delay funding. And then the line above that for other agency, that would be the emergency room agreement. So that funding, a bit of a COVID carry-on, but it was Arnprior and Pembroke who were paying to put a paramedic in their emergency room for triage, essentially replacing a nurse in the emergency room because they couldn't get enough staffing.
So, supplement. Thank you. So that is much clearer. So my theory has been shot full of holes, but I'm ultimately so if the, as noted here, the 2023 operating grant was 9.6 million, and that is a substantial increase based on that 50% of last year's. This seems to be higher than I would have anticipated, and I'm wondering what is driving that.
And that is an excellent question and one I am ready for. So if I jump ahead and skip a slide, what is this 50% funding we talk about in paramedic service? So it's quite different from what we would talk about the 50% funding in Ontario Works or various other departments. This is kind of a unique and interesting animal. So what we're being funded for is 50% of our council approved budget from the prior year, but it's our council approved budget adjusted to public sector accounting standards. So what do? Well, we take your net municipal budget from the 2023 year, and we've got a series of public sector accounting standard adjustments. So capital purchases are not expensed in public sector accounting standards, but amortization is. So it smooths that out. Reserve transfers in or out do not affect public sector accounting standards. And likewise, the cost share with the City of Pembroke comes out because that's all municipal contributions. So then we come up to our $21 million of public sector accounting standards budget for the 2023 year. We have 50% of that funded, and there's a small adjustment for First Nations per capita funding in there as well. And because it's based on a budget, I can actually estimate out what I think the 2025 funding would be as well, because I know my 2024 budget, should you approve it. So again, it would jump from $11 million to almost 13 in 2025 based on the 2024 budget as I have presented it. So that's how we calculate that figure, and we are relatively close. For a number of years, we've been within, $20,000. The outage is in our First Nations estimates.
Just as a follow-up, Mr. Warden, thank you very much. It has heretofore been kind of like trying to determine the formula for turning lead into gold, the alchemy, and I could not make it work, so thank you to Mr. Burke.
Thank you. And with that, we can move along.
So just to jump slightly backwards, capital purchases for paramedic service. So again, funded from the paramedic equipment reserve, but we have one 4x4, 3 ERVs. So we purchase the vehicle, and then due to supply demands, it takes about a year for them to come in and get the fit up. So the fit up for 3 ERVs, 1 light truck, 5 ambulances, which are ordered in the 2023 year and will arrive or be fitted up in the 2024 year. And then we would put the deposit down to order 4 more ambulances to arrive in the 2025 year. Again, those ambulances are a 2-year order cycle. You pay a deposit up front and the remainder in the year of delivery. We also have 30 defibrillators, which our current plan is to lease those from the vendor. So they are shown as a capital lease in your budgeted statements. And I believe I touched on all of the funding, except to mention that under provincial guidelines, there does have to be an interest allocation to paramedic service, and the cost share with the City of Pembroke is based on population.
Member from Abbotsford Bromley, please.
Thanks so much, Mr. Warden. Following up on the defibrillators, so that is to be an operating cost as a lease cost, but I believe within here I'm seeing it kind of allocated as capital and I think reversed as well, because typically how capital is amortized from the province's perspective is they pay it off over the anticipated lifespan, but in entering a lease, is this now an operating cost that the province is participating essentially beginning in the following year?
So through you, Chair, what we would have here is what we would call a capital lease under public sector accounting standards. So because we are essentially, the nature of the lease is such that it's more of a financing arrangement. We will own this asset for its life. So under public sector accounting standards, we would capitalize that asset and transform the lease payments into almost like an interest payment, interest and principal component. So under our funding formula, They will not be captured under the capital purchase, but they will be captured under the depreciation expense to the extent that that's matched to our lease life, as well as interest, which is just a regular operating expense, and probably there's a warranty component to this as well that we will we'll spend some time and work out that funding formula, or that what this transaction needs to be recorded as from a public sector accounting standards point of view.
Supplementary?
Thank you. So just as a follow-up then, so it is not recognized, it will not be recognized as this large capital purchase this year that is going to inflate the expenditures, but it will actually be allocated over multiple years. And even though it is a capital lease, it is now, we are adopting almost as partners with the province of paying for this over the life of the asset.
And through your chair, yes, so this will be buried into your 50% funding to be recovered.
Thank you.
And now moving along, on this slide, I have 3 items. So one is a green level suggested adjustment in paramedic services due to the number of WSIB claims we had in the past. We have 5 permanent accommodation positions. So this is not temporary accommodation, this is permanent accommodation. These employees were permanently accommodated. I should say they're not employees, they're positions. 3 of those positions have never been staffed. They have been vacant. And what we are proposing is to remove those positions from our budget. So that equates to about $200,000 in savings. We have our only level 3 suggested reduction in the entire presentation here, and it's essentially to undo the upstaff we did last year. This reduced 25,000 hours of paramedic time is essentially our 24 hours a day, 1 car coverage, plus its tail of sick time and other things. And then we have one enhancement to adjust some of the administration staff hours of work. And with that, I will turn it over, and I'm sure the chief is ready to jump in as well.
Chief Nolan?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of the explanation as it pertains to the green and the red, the 3 positions within the WSIB space were created. We actually created 5, and we're able to move 2 people off of WSIB and into these roles, thereby reducing our cost liability to WSIB for keeping them on payroll. Essentially, we would pay WSIB a premium rate up to 130% of the salary for that individual simply to get paid their straight line wage. So the goal was to move people that were on long-term WSIB with functional abilities where they could be participants within the service, albeit in a different role, such as logistics, and move them across. So we've had 2 individuals that have done that with great success. We have 3 positions that have been unspent monies as it pertains to those roles. It doesn't mean that we may not need to do that for the right reasons in the future, meaning reduce our percentage cost to WSIB by retaining them in the workplace. However, through this exercise, we identified that those had been unspent positions now for a few years. So to be able to find movement towards reduction overall, we put these positions up because it does not eliminate individual positions for individuals. Today, there's simply vacancies that we would likely be coming back with recommendation to reinstate should it be required. But the goal here was that we'd be transferring costs that would otherwise be in salaries and benefits and paying WSIB back into a different part of the organization because we have the financial liability either way. The goal was to reduce the financial liability to WSIB.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll move to the, so the green one first. Is there anybody, member from that, Mr. Bromley?
I beg your pardon, if you're going to, if you wish to address these individually, then I'll just, actually, that my microphone is open. One of the things that I've really appreciated about this initiative is, in my estimation, it is a win-win. Those who have been suffering, it is now providing them a structure and bringing them back into the fold, and they have some of that wraparound support and assistance. And it is also bringing value to the county of Renfrew in that there is services are being provided now by these individuals. So I think that the program is enormously sound, but recognizing that there are these vacancies that have been unused, I think it is something that could seriously be given consideration.
Thank you. Any further comments? So we'll go with the idea that we're removing them. Okay, perfect, thank you. And next, the red ones. The member for Mr. Bromley, then member from Killu, Haggerty Richards.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ward. And we'll be very careful not to go overboard at the start, because I may actually find support in the room. The single biggest thing, if I had it here that I could share my screen, I would show the heat map that we looked at in 2023 and probably even late 2022, wherein we were identifying the paler colors, the more yellow colors on that map. And this, as we discussed at that time, in fact, I think Chief Nolan acknowledged that he did not remember the last expansion to the paramedic service within the county of Renfrew. So this is perhaps the first in the 21st century, and it is responding to a need over many years through the advent of the community paramedicine program and even now VTAC. We have done a lot to actually work towards reducing the pressures for our paramedics. That's continuing with respect to the offload delays and some of those other funding envelopes that have been made available for that. That we have taken that step towards the expansion. This, in my mind, is sacrosanct. And in order to provide health equity right across our community, this has to continue and is not, in my estimation, a reasonable option for council to consider cost savings.
Sorry, Killu, Haggerty Richards. I'm just reading.
Thank you, Chair. Probably not as many words as my partner just said, but I have a real concern about this and the pressures that this could put on our chief and to cover vacations, to cover every other item. And I'm sure through many budgets prior to this, you fought like hell for us to get this. And now to have this as a discussion point, I'd be totally against it.
Okay, thank you. And then North Dakota Wilberforce.
Thank you, Chair. I have to agree with my colleagues as well. To me, this one is one I can't support. I know from some of my conversations with Chief Nolan, the amount of additional calls strain that has been put on the paramedics to deal with the homelessness and unhoused population has certainly added to the workload. And to reduce the number of paramedic hours just creates more stress on the available staff that are left to respond to these, which we could then see an increase in WSIB claims, et cetera. So I can't support this one. Thank you.
It's in all the things that we do around these chambers, this has been the one thing, the upstaffing that I hear about in my community. People are paying attention. They know that it's necessary. And when we think that in 10 years, we've never upstaffed, it's important.
Thank you. Any other comments? Sorry. Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Yeah, I'm in support of not making this as a cut for all of the reasons that have already been shared. My question is just, I know a little later on in the budget we're going to discuss another proposal in terms of two more ambulances with social workers. I'm just wondering in terms of these 25,500 hours, how many additional hours would be added with that additional program once we come to that discussion? And is there any crossover between these two staffs, I guess?
Chief Nolan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am just grabbing the calculator there to give you the numbers, but maybe Daniel might be able to do it with us. So maybe I'll speak to the context. So of the reds, there's certainly the upstaff hours, and then the other component of those reds, which I'm appreciating your opinions and the spirit of the conversation, is related to this notion of a mobile response. And this mobile response are community paramedic response units that do first response within the community. So when I have come to these chambers, particularly in health committee, and said, at any given time we may have one ambulance left in the county or no ambulances left in the county, which does happen and is happening significantly less frequently as a result of the upstaffing that began of the ambulances in July. And I have some numbers if you'd like me to share for context, Mr. Chair, but those two emergency response units that were put in place a number of years ago, so that was an enhancement. It was not an ambulance enhancement. It's single paramedic in an SUV providing some community paramedic activities through the day. But because of that program, that allows all of the community paramedics to have response capability and be able to first respond. So even when we have no ambulances left in the county, while we have staffing for our community paramedic response unit program, vis-a-vis this mobile component, which is a legacy funded program by the county, we do have community paramedic response units zipping around. And I think every one of these chambers has seen an SUV go by with the lights and sirens going on. And it's those activities that really are the zone defense, if you will, for the county, right? Because you're still getting a response, you're still getting a paramedic provider at your side, and they're working with the available ambulances in the area, sometimes to say, it is what it sounded like, and it's a life-threatening emergency. In other cases, they're saying, you know what, you can either downgrade your response and turn your lights off and come, or be more available for another emergency in the area as a result, or cancel them altogether because they're able to manage that circumstance. So that's the net benefit of that unit. The second component to your question around how does this interplay with the mental health response component. The mental health response component is conceived not to be in an ambulance, but to have a paramedic and a crisis worker available, likely in an SUV. There's talk about a clinic-based type vehicle potentially as well. We're not sure, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves until we have the green light to work through it. But the idea being that that all of the community paramedics that we have in the system, as well as the 911 paramedics, will be complemented by the hub or medical health response units. So while we want to centralize some expertise around psychotherapy, around the skills required to be able to support our vulnerable population with mental health and addictions, the idea is that no parts of our system work in isolation, and we don't compartmentalize to the point where in some jurisdictions the community paramedics only do home visits and have no interplay on the 911 system. I know on a day like today, if the ambulance isn't in Deep River for whatever reason, for example, I likely have a community paramedic who can still first respond, get eyes on, initiate treatment. And those are the kinds of feedback that we hear in terms of, this came and then that came and it all worked together and it was seamless. So that's another layer within that system. The challenge with the mental health and addictions component is that it really is a specialization unto itself. And our goal with that team, working with Andrea and her team, is to have a mental health and addictions worker with the paramedic. The paramedic can manage wound care issues. They can, provide part of the clinical assessment where the psychotherapy and the other supports that come from the crisis worker, we know complement that. And the goal then is to not need that ambulance. It's to not take that person to the hospital, but to give them the wraparound care where they choose to be. And I'm sorry that was a longer answer maybe than you wanted, but I hope I've nailed a couple of the points of your question.
Thanks for the clarity.
All right.
And member Mr. Bromley, please.
My intent is not actually to comment on that. I'm assuming that this will be a larger discussion, perhaps, as I'm not sure if all of the committees had a presentation, so we will be returning to this, correct?
So this one right here, what I'm
No, but this
gathering-
discussion of the new proposal
Yes.
of the upstaffing will be a discussion unto itself when we get to that section. Okay, thank you. I will defer.
Okay, so the red one, I'm getting the impression we are discarding the idea of reducing the hours. Okay, I'm trying to be clear. Good, thank you.
And the final decision point is an enhancement for paramedic admin staff.
Yes. And the member from Deep River, please.
Just a question on that process. Throughout the day, and quite often, we've been looking at we've been putting the things in the parking lot we're going to talk to later. Does that mean that this one is not? Like you said, we're not, I don't even have it in front of me. So by consensus, we're not going to look at the pressure that was just there.
Right, that means we're leaving the existing complement.
Okay, just curious.
That's what I understood it to be. I'm sorry? Yes. Yeah, so the mobile project we'll discuss later, and we have internal funding options for it.
Right, but
this red one,
reduction in service, we're not going to talk about.
we're not going to talk about it.
Okay.
Or we've already talked about it. We're not going to
I
talk
just
about it
wanted to
again.
know,
Yeah.
just clarifying the process.
Okay, thank you. And then the enhancement to increase deputy chief ×3 and admin commander hours of work from 1820 per year to 2184. Maybe just a bit of clarity on that, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So the enhancement is coming out of the last salary review that was done corporately, and through that exercise, a methodology in terms of evaluating jobs, looking at the jobs hourly rate changed for the commanders. They were one of the groups that were evaluated as part of the process. So when the commander's hourly rate was adjusted upward by the consultant and later approved by council, the challenge became that while the hourly rate of a commander is less than the hourly rate of the deputy chief, the commanders historically are set at 42 hours a week. So what that meant is that since the time of that evaluation, my commanders have been making more money annually than the deputy chiefs. And the assurance there is that the deputy chiefs are working no less than 42 hours, but that their salary was fixed at 35 hours a week, as opposed to the 42, which is the comparator within their work group. So the recommendation here is that for the 3 deputy chiefs, that they move from 35 hours a week to 42 hours a week, which then relieves that compression. We're not changing their hourly rate. We're simply acknowledging the hours that they're working and making an adjustment to their contract of employment in that regard. And then the last one was we had originally brought in an admin commander, also at the 35 hours a week rate. Similarly, the admin commander from an overtime perspective was maxing out their overtime within the first 40 days of the year, based upon the reality that we follow the operational flow. So where we have 12-hour staff, often we're starting at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, going until 6:30, 7 o'clock at night, and working a full administrative day. So this proposal for enhancement is to move the deputy chiefs and the admin commander to be consistent with the commander group and all operational staff at 42 hours a week, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And member from Deep River, please.
Thank you, Warden. I don't remember the exact recommendation within when we did that, whatever it was, the strategic something or other. Did we not take a band of employees and move them to 35 hours a week as opposed to, and this suggestion is that we're moving these ones up. Was there a consideration and the reverse business case to moving the commanders to 35 hours a week and not the deputy chiefs to 42 hours a week?
Chief Nolan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to hopefully say the words that are coming out of your co-chair's mouth there without the noise. Yeah, and neither can I, but it's kind of like watching the television on mute sometimes. From a process perspective, no, that was not contemplated at the time in terms of moving the deputy chiefs down. I'm not sure of the conversations that occurred, but to be able to maintain alignment with each of the platoons, and maybe that's what you're recalling. The movement was actually during collective bargaining, and the last round of bargaining was to move staff from 13 shifts per pay period to 14 shifts to make them whole as part of that process. So all operational staff, full-time staff work 14 shift rotating basis, and that equates to a 42-hour work week for staff, and the deputies and commanders, the commanders follow that, and the deputies had not previously. And I'm not aware of a conversation about reducing the commanders to a 35-hour work week because it doesn't follow a continental schedule, which is the goal in terms of the alignment of the platoons.
I think maybe we did have a discussion and made some changes on the public works side, so that might have been where we ended up. So, member from Edmonton Bromley, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. And there was also some applicability within the paramedic service at all, and it was completely unrelated. And it did create a pressure for 2023, but as we are moving forward, it no longer is inflationary. But ultimately, within the wage grid itself, there is both an hourly wage assigned to each square and an annual wage. And the decision that was made in 2022 was it shall be weighted to the hourly wage rather than the annual salary, so that those staff members that were in fact working a 2080 versus an 1820 did see a substantial change, but it was completely unrelated to the question in front of us now.
Okay, and thank you. So I'm gathering from the conversation that we'll leave this enhancement in place. Okay, thank you. And next, please.
Thank you, Warden. Moving on to what we historically think of as the other paramedic programs. So we have two programs that run the same, that do the same work, I'll say, the community paramedic and the community paramedic long-term care program. So the original funding was the community paramedic funding, sort of a legacy funding for community paramedics, and that money comes to us via the Arnprior Regional Health and from the province there, but that's a legacy program. And then we have our community paramedicine long-term funding, which is $2 million annually, the bulk of the program. So this program has 3 full-time non-union staff, 23,500 paramedic hours, which is 5 staff at 12 hours a day. And here we also have a suggested level 1 reduction. And it's really to say that the funding inside this program, the $2 million provincial funding, as well as the legacy funding, the $300,000, has been flat for a number of years. And you simply cannot run last year's program or this year's program on last year's funding. The costs of everything have increased. So we have suggested a minor adjustment to the paramedic hours to make sure that our program fits inside the funding.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation. Are we in favor of following it? Okay, it looks like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Oh.
Sorry, Chair. Edmonton Bromley, please.
Very briefly, though, I think once again we can add this to if we're now severing off, perhaps we can have an advocacy parking lot, because ultimately on what we're looking at here, it's 1%. So notwithstanding, and I'm in complete agreement with Mr. Burke that particularly in the inflationary periods that we are finding ourselves now, that we have had cost containment, that we're really only looking at about a 1% increase from the funding that I think we first started to get 3 years ago. Once again says this needs to be a conversation that we are having with the ministry, because this is providing a much enhanced access to health services in our community.
Sure. Okay, we'll make that a work plan. Thank you.
So moving on, Councillor Doncaster's earlier comment about where is RCVTAC. This is RCVTAC. So it is 7 full-time non-union staff, 6 part-time non-union staff, and 14,000 paramedic hours, or 3 staff, 12 hours a day. And there's a couple purchase service staff secondments in there as well, coming off of our partners in this agreement. VTAC is renting space in Armprior and Renfrew internally from the County of Renfrew, and Pembroke from an external partner. The provincial funding agreement, which was at $4.9 million per year, ends March 31st, 2024. However, we are expecting a renewal to come through at some point, hopefully before the agreement ends. And then the last paramedic other department, so emergency management. This is the only thing in here is an internal charge to recover some of the Director of Emergency Services time for emergency management. We have the dispatch fees from the provincially managed dispatch center, and then the fire dispatch fees are recovered from the lower tiers by call volume. The capital purchase here is a sandbagging machine, and we have put in a provincial grant request, which has not yet been confirmed, but it would be 50% of the cost of that sandbag machine, as well as some training around its usage. And I believe the sandbag machine was meant to be shared among the lower tiers.
Okay, thank you.
And
questions? Yep. Okay, and with that, could I suggest we take a 10-minute break and come back at about 3:05? Thank you. on page 50, Community Services Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. So beginning at our Community Services Committee, so this is about 12% of our net county expenses. So first up, we have Ontario Works. So the benefits, costs, and revenue for Ontario Works. So Ontario Works disperses roughly $1 million a month, and that's 100% paid for by the province. There's no maximums in there. If a client comes in and meets the criteria, Ontario Works will disperse the funds, and then the province will reimburse us for that. The only area where we have a county cost is in the area of unclaimed bodies or burials. And in that case, it's cost shared with the City of Pembroke, 80% times the weighted caseload based on residents, and 20% times the weighted assessment. Moving along into the Ontario Works Administration Cost Center. So here we have 2 full-time staff, including the director. It includes the internal charges for that back office support, so finance, HR, IT, and in this particular area, county council. And we have one suggested level 1 reduction, and that's to remove an administrative assistant currently vacant, and the savings would be about $96,000.
That, we will take a look at the green one on page 52 that says remove full-time admin assistant currently vacant, 96,689, less City of Pembroke Sheriff savings. So, member from North Laguna Wilberforce.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just curious how long this has been vacant. I know this was done in anticipation of having to find some savings, so just curious.
Mr. Burke or Ms. Patrick?
I would suggest it's been vacant for less than 2 months.
Okay.
And you can probably guess what that is.
Okay, thank you. And member for Laurentian Hills, please.
Yes, so Ontario Works is, I mean, as all these pressures are on all our staff to help out with Ontario Works, I don't know that I can support any of these staff cuts, let alone, you know, this first one. So I don't know if Ms. Patrick could speak more to this.
Okay, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair and Warden. Good afternoon, members of Council. With respect to some of the cuts that are proposed here and identified in green and that Mr. Burke is beginning to speak to, some of these, this particular administrative assistant, this was the administrative assistant who retired in October, so Mr. Burke is correct with the amount of time that that position has been vacant. The Ontario Works was made aware about 2 years ago that there would be some funding reductions as a result of the employment services transformation. And that transformation involves some of the program delivery funding being transferred to the Employment Ontario offices in an agreement between the Ministry of Labour, Immigration Training and Skills Development and the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services. So many of so the changes that have been impacting Ontario Works with respect to some movement of some of the duties involving employable individuals being served by Employment Ontario caseworkers and the Ontario Works staff supporting individuals who are needing some help with life stability supports to become employable. There's kind of been a bit of a division of that work, and that's what brought about the changes with the budget. in anticipation or recognizing that these reductions would be coming, we have been looking for opportunities through attrition to reduce some of our spending in Ontario Works and to look for opportunities through human services integration to utilize opportunities through existing staff and through finding efficiencies with being co-located as a community services department in one office with our partners in community housing and childcare in early years to find some efficiencies in order to make the necessary reductions. So perhaps just while we're speaking about the administrative assistant, and I apologize for the length of this answer, I know that it's been a long day, but with regards to the administrative assistants, we do have a business case that Mr. Burke will touch on just coming forward in the next couple of slides. Essentially, with regards to the administrative assistants, there was at one time 5 administrative assistants in the Community Services Department, and these changes are recommending that we go down to 2 and that those both be housed within the Childcare and Early Years Department. They do currently have 2 administrative assistants. However, one is at a level, an administrative assistant 1 and one is an administrative assistant 2. So we're proposing some reductions of administrative assistants from the Ontario Works program that you see here, and then an increase in the childcare department to increase the administrative assistant from a level 1 to a level 2. So I will stop there, but happy to answer any other questions that council has.
Thank you. Questions? Member from Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Warden, and thank you through you to Ms. Patrick. A pretty comprehensive answer. My question is kind of adjacent. Can the workload that was performed by this admin be distributed and still get the work accomplished that is required?
Through you, Warden and Chair, to Councillor Doncaster, or sorry, Donahue. I think that I am confident that they are able to do the work. We have been able to find some efficiencies through some digitization of files and some grouping of activities together, as well as some changes with our management team and some of the duties as assigned. So I am comfortable that the work can be accomplished through the 2 that we have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, comments? So with that, I am assuming without any strong objections that we're agreeing with the green recommendation to remove that full-time assistant. Okay? Sorry? No, I recognize that the chair of community services isn't agreeing with it, but I think everybody else is. Yes, ma'am. Laurentian Hills, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I like I'm quite happy with the explanation that Ms. Patrick gave on that. And I'm sure I'll be asking for explanations on all the staffing cuts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, my apologies. These other suggested enhancements, successful transition grant. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, so perhaps carrying on from Andrea's comment about the transition and the changes inside of Ontario Works funding. One of the mechanisms the province provided to help us deal with these funding changes was this transition grant, which we applied for and were successful in getting approval for. The problem is it's a 50% funding grant. So we have been approved for $140,000 of funding, but that means we would have to spend $280,000. Our plan to do that was a one phone number conversion, some digitization of files, enhanced technology for outreach and in-person centered supports, and some leading and training exercises. So again, this is 50% funded enhancement. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions? Okay, just a question. Our 50%, where does it come from?
Yes, it would be at the levy at this point, shared with the City of Pembroke.
Perfect, thank you. So gathering from the limited response, then I think we're okay with following the suggested enhancement. Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on, the next cost center for Ontario Works is the Pembroke site, the office that operates out of this building. So it has 14 full-time staff. And again, carrying on from the earlier theme, the suggestion is to remove 2 OW agents and 1 admin assistant 2, all currently vacant.
Thank you. And with that, comments? Member from McNabb Braeside.
Thank you, Warden and Chair. So this is perhaps as good a time as any. This is my second budget cycle, but I'm surprised at the number of times we're looking at removing from the budget positions that are vacant. I'm just wondering if this is sort of something unique to this year, or has this been common in other years? I'm just looking for an overall perspective before we make any final decisions, or is there some sort of trend behind this? Because this must be at least the 10th or 12th position that was vacant that we're removing from the budget. It's just a general question, so it's as good a time as any. Thank you.
And through you, Warden and Chair, I would say that because of the funding transition that we knew was coming inside Ontario Works, we have been planning for this for a long time. So that's why there's so many vacant positions in Ontario Works. Across the organization, the other items we talked about, most of those have recently or near recently become vacant, except for the paramedic WSIB clerks. That's a specific, you need an employee with a specific injury in order to be able to fill those spots. So that was budgeted as a specific, has to meet a specific requirement. Otherwise, though, I would say that if you're looking at our org chart and wondering how many of those positions are vacant or open, very few. There's possibly 1 in planning, which is an open recruitment, numerous positions throughout the homes, but all in open recruitment. If we could fill them, we would. And I believe that's really the only places where we have open recruitment for active vacancies in our org chart after we make these reductions.
Supplementary, or?
I'm just curious if there's been other years where there's been this much activity on vacant positions removed from the budget. I'm just curious for some perspective.
So certainly for this year and last year, we looked at cost savings measures. I would say prior to that, though, in our budget deliberations, we typically didn't look at reductions on this scale because we didn't have pressures on this scale. So this is sort of a post-COVID, and perhaps the new trend going forward, or a bit of a new normal, is looking, because of our pressures, we're always looking at reductions. Whereas previously our budgets were, we were able to present a budget that actually met council target without unpalatable things built into it.
Thank you. And member from Laurentian Hills, please.
So the 2 Ontario Works agents, they would be out of Pembroke. I know there was considerable discussion at the Community and the Social Services Department, or Community Services, about cutting of staff that deal directly with the Ontario Works clientele. So Andrea, could you also explain how this workload would be taken over by any of the other staff that I believe are already to full capacity?
Through you, Warden and Chair, to Council. With respect to the Ontario Works agents, certainly it is, very challenging. I will be very honest with that. I think we've talked already, throughout the Health Committee and Chief Nolan speaking about some of the social challenges and social issues that are growing, and certainly we are seeing that, in our community services offices. Individual needs are growing, they're growing in complexity, and the level of response and the time it takes to address multiple issues is certainly very challenging for our staff. I think one of the things that is particularly challenging in the Ontario Works division is with some of the funding reductions that the province has implemented is with respect to some changes in the core Ontario Works duties with respect to Ontario Works eligibility and caseloads. However, we have our Ontario Works staff doing a lot of work with members of the public who may not be qualifying for Ontario Works but may just be in need of other services. They may be experiencing homelessness. We have staff, Ontario Works agents that are spending time at the grind, for example, and at other community agencies helping people to navigate other programs. So this is one of the challenges that some of these growing areas and homelessness and that complexity being one of them, we don't have any dedicated staff, and so our Ontario Works agents have been providing some of that support. So as we move forward, and Mr. Burke gets to the one of the business cases around the homelessness, housing, mental health addictions business plan. One of the proposals is to put forward a homelessness coordinator, which would be a dedicated resource to supporting individuals who are experiencing homelessness that would offset some of the reduction with us removing the Ontario Works caseworkers. And having an ability for the homelessness coordinator to dedicate their time and attention to some of those issues.
Thank you. And member, are you satisfied? You have an answer?
Yeah. So going forward then, should this business case be approved, you feel that this would be enough of a burden off those two positions that there would still, how much, I guess I'm trying to say is how much work would still be required to be taken off by other positions should we approve the omission of these two Ontario Works agents?
Please.
Through you, Warden and Chair to Council. Very, very difficult question to answer. All of the staff in community services, as I'm sure in every department, are extremely busy, and we are always, seems that there's more service demands than what we really have the capacity for. So it's certainly not a matter of, could we keep 2 more caseworkers busy? We certainly could. But facing the reductions in our funding and based on the core duties of the Ontario Works staff, if we're able to build in some resources for homelessness support in another area, then I feel that we can manage.
Thank you. All right, and then the member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Warden. We, as our chair of Community Services Committee has highlighted, we had a good discussion about this at committee level, and really we contemplated, is it green or yellow or should it really be red? And we had a similar discussion. I'm in support of the proposal, but with great hesitancy. I'm curious to see how the homelessness support position that Ms. Patrick spoke to, how it goes through the next year, assuming that is something that the council would support. And I'm also curious, we have the transition in Ontario Works to another organization that's taking over some of the work on this file. To me, it's almost like a pilot. I'm willing to say, okay, let's try, reduce these 2 positions, but committee come back to us in the next year and tell us, how has this worked? And I would give them an asterisk. You have first option to come back to us next budget cycle to say, it didn't work, we're overworked, we need another position. And I would just That's how I'm contemplating it in my mind, because it's an area that I'm hesitant to make cuts in anything in community services, but I take Mrs. Patrick's, her consultation, so thank you.
Member from Deep River, please.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you, Warden. Not specifically the OW agents, but perhaps the admin assistants and some of the support stuff that we had, recognizing that some of this is being driven by, the reduced funding from the province. Are any of these being realized because of the modernization funds and the realignment that we did? We brought everything together into this building, and that was part of the business case for spending all that money to do that. So some of this, are we starting to realize some of the savings out of those projects that we took on in the past? Yes. By attrition, yes.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Patrick.
Through you, Chair, and the Warden, to Councillor Doncaster, yes, I would definitely say for sure that is the case. It was extremely beneficial for our department to go through the service delivery improvement project, moving into this building in Pembroke and at Renfrew County Place, having the common counter, having all of our staff. We were able to realize efficiencies across, the organization with our customer service representatives and our administrative staff and, across the organization and find ways to group similar projects together in order to do the work more efficiently. So absolutely, that's a big part that has helped us, and it's been definitely a benefit that we've seen for our clients as well.
Member from Abbotsford Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you through you to Ms. Patrick and also to Councillor Doncaster. I'm assuming that these are extraneous or in addition, the SDIP, which was kind of the acronym for the redevelopment, actually, of the county administration building. Actually, I guess this council, it would likely have been presented, though this council will not be entirely familiar with it, but part of the internal financing of that was the draw from, there were myriad streams that enabled and funded the renovations. However, we continue to actually budget a continuing $466,000 every year for where we did identify some savings, some staff savings, some synergies that could be realized with the repatriation of the community services back into under one roof. And Mr. Burke can correct me if I'm wrong, I think that endures until 2028, where we are continuing to reallocate back to the funds that were borrowed from reserves, at which point then that $466,000 would be available for other capital, presumably, but that was part of the financing arrangement for the renovation to this building.
And through you, Warden, yes, that is correct. That I believe that's a 7-year payback on the investment in this renovation, and some of that payback was built on staff efficiencies. I think there were 5 staff efficiencies directly identified, and then it always came with the caveat that we would experience more once we got the building up and running and had some operational experience behind it. Yes, and then there was rent. We weren't paying rent to external partners, we were paying it to ourselves, and some savings there.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? So it looks like we are in agreement to removing the 2 OW agents and the admin assistant. Okay, good. Thank you very much. And next, please.
Tina, can you just push me ahead? Thank you. The Ontario Works, so the Renfrew site, again, 7 full-time staff working out of that site for Ontario Works. And then the Arnprior and Killaloe sites, so that's 2 sites operating as one cost center. 4 full-time staff. And likewise here we have 1 green level reduction, customer service representative currently vacant.
Okay, questions? Councillor from Laurentian Hills, please.
Hi, yeah, once again, as talked about, why would this position be vacant? And how long has it been vacant for?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, through you, Warden and Chair, to Council. We have had some changes in our Armprior office location where we have been able to serve the community by having our Ontario Works agents go out and meet individuals at a number of community partner agencies like Employment Ontario and the library and several other the Fountain and other community partner agencies. So we have been able to consolidate the duties of the customer service representative with the Renfrew customer service representative. And have, a Renfrew Armprior Killaloe team of staff that is supported by the 1 customer service representative in Renfrew.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? So, the member from North Laguna, Wilberforce.
Thank you, Chair. And I think from my own experience serving on community services, one of the challenges is that there are very, very few areas in the community services budget where you can find significant savings. And so when the province reduces the funding for staffing and programming, that is then where savings have to be found. And it is, I understand it is difficult, and I'm also hopeful that the transition of employment services to an outside agency results in serving the clients at the same level that our Ontario Works staff had done in the past. And that is my concern, that we are not actually losing the quality of that service through this transition and a loss of staff from our own internal resources. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think if I remember correctly, in a previous meeting, there were some numbers that suggested more people were getting direct deposit and needing less entrance to the building. There were more people being texted and emailed, and so less visits to the building. And more people submitting their applications online. So I think, is that a fair recollection? Okay, thank you. So, did we already do this one? Sorry, okay, so if I'm seeing that we, by everybody just being very engaged and nodding slightly, that the customer service representative, we're okay with taking that out of the budget. Great, thank you. Next, please.
Thank you, Warden. These ones all look rather similar. I apologize. Tina, can you just push me ahead? So there are a couple other minor Ontario Works programs running. But the large one is the Employment Assistance Program. So that's about $400,000 that's running, which is direct support for clients seeking employment help or help getting employment. Moving into the Ontario Works revenue. So this is where we spoke of that funding challenge coming through. So our provincial funding is $1.8 million, which is a maximum of 50% of our costs. And that's down about $400,000 from the year before, what the province is calling the Employment Services Transition Phase 2. And then likewise, the admin costs are shared with the City of Pembroke on that same split of caseload and weighted assessment. Moving along, we have childcare. So childcare is a number of overlapping funding envelopes, and they all have admin components or similar components in them. So in this case, where you see this sort of a green shading color, that's just an internal transfer to make sure that admin costs that happen to be in the admin department are getting shared across the admin component of a number of different fundings. So the childcare administration is 5 full-time staff, the internal charges from finance, HR, and IT, and a number of admin allocations make up the revenue. So we have a core admin allocation, a special needs admin allocation, wage enhancement admin, special purpose admin, early on admin, and CWELC admin. And that drives us down to what we'd call our minimum municipal cost share, or what the province's TPA agreement has specified must be the County of Renfrew share of admin costs inside the childcare program. In the core childcare program, what I'll call the core childcare program, we have an $8 million funding agreement plus about $500,000 of transition grant carry forward. And these funds are used to pay our third-party providers, and some of it's transferred to other internal childcare programs, essentially running our licensed home daycare, our special needs program, and our fee subsidy programs. And here we have our level 2 suggestion. Childcare was substantially redeveloped, or the funding was substantially changed several years ago, and when they did that, we were provided with a childcare mitigation reserve. We have remaining in that reserve about $1.5 million, and we are proposing to use that to offset our municipal share as specified in the TPA. Different from the administration municipal share, where we have to, no matter what, maintain that level. In the core program, we can use this mitigation reserve to offset or push out the municipal funding share. So that's what we're proposing to do, use about $500,000 of our childcare mitigation reserve. The chair would like you to know that that's almost 1% of your levy right there.
Member from Deep River, and then from Whitewater.
So using the suggestion here of using this reserve to reduce our municipal share of that funding, I'm correct in saying this is a one-time thing?
I would say the reserve is a one-time thing. It has about $1.5 million in it, so we could do this 2 more times.
Okay, so I don't often ask a question that I don't know the answer to, so it goes on to this one. So right now there are significant issues with childcare in Renfrew County. Mostly around the spaces are available, but a lot of childcare facilities don't have the staffing to allow them to come in. I don't know what some kind of innovative ideas you could come up with, but I would rather spend that $454,000 in staffing some of our licensed childcares so they could provide services to more families and not do it this way. I don't have the answer to that one, but I don't know.
Perhaps I could take a stab at it, is that I would say that one of the funding envelopes is to provide a top-up or provide a minimum floor for childcare providers. So I would suggest that the issue with childcare spaces is perhaps not funding, and it's more similar to our long-term care homes issue of the staff aren't available at any price, or any price we're willing to pay. We have significant workforce issues as opposed to funding side issues. But that's perhaps a reasonable stab at the problem.
Okay, thank you. And member from Amston Brown, I'm sorry, and then Whitewater. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you to Mr. Burke. So this is, well, it is orange. And because it was a reserve, I actually went to the reserves, the schedule of reserves. It can be found on page 126. I note on the schedule, it's not included here yet because it is anticipating having a closing balance matching the opening balance. So I'm assuming that, in fact, this is not a capital reserve, by the way. It is not a C designation here, but nonetheless, I'm assuming that that is an oversight, that in fact it should be reflected as a reduction by that 454,000.
And through you, Chair, so in the case of every reduction or enhancement, when we get into the following pages, either be it the staffing or the reserve schedule or the capital schedule, I have left those at the baseline budget level. So you'll find that all the way along, that the suggested cuts and enhancements are not reflected in the subsequent schedules. They will be should you choose to move ahead with them, though.
Okay, thank you. And Boywater, please.
I'll just echo Councillor Doncaster's comments about childcare. I believe we have some serious shortfalls in childcare across Renfrew County, wait lists that are preventing, one of two parents from working, inhibiting how many hours they work, and creating a lot of, trying to get childcare from whatever source they can, when a licensed childcare offers them access to fees and subsidies, right? Or even the CWalk. So it is, but unfortunately, money isn't the problem. There's a whole bunch of other factors, and you can add it to your parking lot list. But I know the chair has already got it. We have some issues that we're going to be hopefully on our agenda for February to look at this, because it has to be addressed. And I wish this $1.5 million could solve the problem. I'm looking at Mrs. Patrick. I don't think it's going to, but it's good that it came up in this discussion. I'm supportive of this. I recognize that it's yellow. We're really stealing from our future problems. But we also have to acknowledge that 454 doesn't go away. It just goes away for this year. We are assuming next year there will be another 1% pressure to satisfy this item. And we can either take from reserve again or increase the levy. So I support it for this year. Next year may be a harder discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Arthur Gona Wilberforce, please.
Yeah, and just, I think for clarification, and I'd like to just turn to Ms. Patrick as well, because some of the conversations we've had, to say that money isn't the issue, I don't think is entirely correct. I think some of this CWell funding is limited in how much the agencies are getting, and it isn't always covering the expenses that they're incurring. And maybe Ms. Patrick could just expand on.
Okay, please.
Through you, Warden and Chair, to Council, I think, all very good comments that have been made with respect to some of the issues in childcare. There is a lot of advocacy work going on around a number of issues. Certainly to Councillor Doncaster's point, a significant workforce shortage with lack of ECEs that are available, and some of the centers having being unable to open some rooms for care because they don't have the staff. And I think there are some challenges around the CWelk implementation and how that is being rolled out, and the space allocations. And the Ministry of Education is working on a new funding formula for childcare that will be, coming out later this year. So we're waiting to see what that looks like. There is a lot of work, I think, that needs to be done in this area. This mitigation fund, it is, as Mr. Burke indicated, was here for municipal partners to use to reduce their municipal share. And that's, why Council sees it here in front of them for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? So with that, we'll agree with the recommendation. Thank you. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Warden. Okay, moving along, we have our licensed family home that we run. So it has 2 full-time staff and directly operates a licensed home childcare agency. So we have a bit of revenue collected from parent fees directly, and then a transfer from our core subsidy to offset the difference. Very similarly, we have our special needs funding, so that's 7 full-time staff, and the funding comes from the core program, but also contains a special needs admin share that goes into the Child Care Administration Department. And here we have our enhancement that we mentioned a little bit earlier, to move one of those positions, which is a administrative assistant level 1, to an administrative assistant level 2 position to help offset some of that workload that's now opened up.
Okay. Any questions? Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Warden and Chair, and through you. We're talking about a department that has not only problems attracting employees, but retention as well. So I think this is a very minor expenditure in order to improve our retention of employees. So I'd be in favor of keeping this one.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see anybody else. So, okay, it looks like we're all in favor of keeping that enhancement.
Okay.
So with that,
thank you. So next up, we have our early on and indigenous programs. So these have their own provincial funding coming in. So 1.5 million for the early on program and 200,000 for the indigenous-led childcare, and they also have an admin share contained within. Then we have our big CWELC, or $10 a day childcare program. So that's 1 full-time staff and almost $9 million in provincial funding coming in and then being transferred to help offset those parent fees. And again, it also has an admin component as well. And then a couple of just smaller other programs, one for childcare programs for OW clients, where they're paid for by childcare but administered by OW staff, some special purpose funding, and then a reminder that that unfunded share, that minimum municipal share, is also cost shared with the City of Pembroke based on weighted assessment. And just to recap the funding in case you got confused, because I always do, childcare funding is now almost $19 million of provincial funding. So an incredibly large program, actually the most provincial funding we get for any singular department right here in childcare now these days.
Member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Burke. Just on that 19 million, is there any allowance for it to be carried over into to the subsequent years? All of it use it or lose it money?
Through you, Warden, the vast majority of it is use it or lose it. So in the 2023 year, we did have a transition grant, not to be confused with our mitigation or transition reserve. And that dollar amount is carrying forward from 23 into 24, but it's not going to be repeated. So no, going into 2024, it's all spend it or return it to the province.
Okay, thank you.
So next up in Community Services Committee, we have community housing. So the County of Renfrew is designated the service manager of our housing services under the Housing Services Act. So what that means is that we have a legislative requirement to provide housing for 1,275 low-income households. And the province defines what that low-income household is. And of those 1,200 households, 837 must be high-needs households. Again, another provincially described income limit, quite a low limit for a single household, $16,000 under that income limit. To do this, the County of Renfrew uses 6 housing providers. And by far and away the largest is ourselves, the Renfrew County Housing Corporation, which has about 1,000 of those 1,200 units we have to provide. And then we have the Petawawa Housing Corporation, St. Joseph's Housing, Kinsman Court, Killaloe Housing, and GT Seniors in Arnprior. We also have about 60 households placed with private landlords, where we are technically the one holding the tenant agreement, but putting our tenants in there. Housing is coming from a number of sources. So we have provincial IAH funding of $17,000. That's a rent supplement program. Provincial COCHI funding of $861,000. That's a building repair fund for some repairs to your housing stock. Provincial OPI funding of $500,000. That's also a building repair fund. Provincial HPP funding. This is homelessness supports for either rent subsidies or direct supports of $3,500,000. Provincial SSRF funding, which is $1.3 million dedicated to our new build at Lee and Douglas Street. And then we have the original funding, which was the federal provincial public housing fund, which is a fixed flat amount that they print in the Gazette newspaper. And it's $738,000. And I just put up that chart on your screen to draw your attention to the trend for this funding. And this funding will be completely gone by 2029. So we are losing this old gazetted funding, about $1 million over 10 years. And this was one of the better fundings we had because it didn't have reporting criteria. It was provided to us and we could use it for whatever we saw fit. Whereas all the others are tied to specific criteria that sort of hem us in. This one was one of the optimum ones that we could do what we wanted with it. Continuing, we also have COB funding, which is where the province has a rent supplement program, but we have a bit of admin share there. CMHC funding, which is also a building repair fund, estimated to be able to use $177,000. And then our internal charges, and just a reminder that this whole department is cost shared based on weighted assessment with the City of Pembroke. And now, for the last 10 minutes of the day, we've reached what Craig will call the super slide. So I think I'll just kick it off with the couple of items down the right-hand column of the slide, which are potential funding mechanisms. There's a number of issues here inside this slide. Some of them are probably best applied to the levy in the way that they're permanent staffing increases or permanent increases in costs, such as the admin assistance for tendering the new maintenance staff. These will be permanent and recurring costs that probably should be considered as levy increases. The two big items, the response teams, are possibly best run as trials because we're not sure how they're going to unfold. So as one-year trials, we've thrown up a couple of possible reserves you could use. The first, the largest, the Safe Restart Reserve. This is what's left of our COVID funding. The second, the Community Paramedic Reserve. This is a council-controlled reserve made off of our old community paramedic funding, so you could do what you like with it. And the third is what's left of our cannabis funding. So when the province legalized marijuana, they gave us a portion of the receipts of selling those licenses for 2 years. This is what's left of the value of that funding. And with that, I think I will stop and probably turn it over to either Director Davis or Craig.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes, thank you, Warden. So, so many committees have heard this. Many committees have had the benefit of Mr. Davis, Chief Nolan, and Ms. Patrick walk through this in their various portions. So, in an effort to paraphrase several meetings, this super slide is a culmination of many ideas that will help us assist those in the housing and homelessness situation across the county. It contains everything from assessing our properties to how we get them to be shovel ready. It, as Daniel spoke to, it talks about bringing more maintenance workers on staff, so Mr. Davis can get more units renovated in a faster fashion, and to acknowledge the work that our custodians do as maintenance workers. It also talks about bringing a new homelessness coordinator on board to help house those that are housing adjacent and or homeless. And it works towards what we have now been socializing with our friends in the ministry called the Mobile Homelessness Hub. Call it what you will. It is a mobile action response program that we would like to trial and pilot over the next year to bring services to the people as opposed to bringing people to the services. And as Daniel mentioned, there is a number of different ways that we have determined we could fund this, at least in a pilot fashion. And we are absolutely ready to go. We've got very good feedback from our minister friends on getting this. The time will come for funding. We are fairly sure of that. The funding is not there at the very moment, but we have subsequent meetings coming up over the next 2 weeks to discuss how we can move this forward, at least in a pilot fashion, to get this rolling. We're already doing this, of course, with the warming center in Pembroke, but we want to, again, expand this across the region in terms of providing first response and wellness checks and otherwise, again, to the people where they live when they need it. I think I'll stop there, Chair, and if you need more blanks filled in, we can do that, but I know that this presentation has been received at 3 different committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, member from Abbotsford Bromley?
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. As we have discussed in this room before, there is substantive value derived from these conferences, and often it is not even necessarily the intended value. There is serendipity at work often. And yesterday, we were quite fortunate, and the particular attraction in this instance was, I'm assuming most of council by now, at one event or another, have been approached by people quite intrigued at the VTAC program for their communities. So, in fact, very serendipitously at the foot of the escalators yesterday, which I think is a fantastic and fertile territory for minister spotting. And we were very fortunate at the conclusion of delegations, when we had a fairly extensive conversation with, I believe, some folks within the provincial government that might be able to begin to point in the direction of where we can be pursuing this. If I can distill it to one conversation, we're already aware in this room of this is the intersection of 3 different departments within the county of Renfrew. Unfortunately, life doesn't neatly coincide with our siloed departments. And likewise, what we were hearing was that it does not neatly fit within the province either. So certainly system navigation and coordination, et cetera, and facilitation, I think, is going to be key. But I think that yesterday, Mr. Kelly had joined us. Of course, Chief Nolan was there. Mr. Blackmore as well. So we were talking with the Associate Minister of Housing, Mr. Rob Flack, and his Senior Policy Advisor. And, we did not advance the ball substantially, except that I think we have a clearer path of the route that we probably need to pursue. And I don't know, I know that the Chief was much more engaged in the nuts and bolts of the conversation, but I thought it was a very intriguing opportunity. I know that the Chief also has other streams that he's been investigating. I think it would be worth speaking to that.
Chief Nolan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apart from the conversations yesterday, Health Committee is aware that we applied to the SUAP grant, which is a federal grant to deal with issues related to mental health and addictions in the county. It's a sizable grant of about $2.5 million with other partners through the Ontario or Upper Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team. And when we think about the timing of that grant, we wouldn't anticipate getting a response until likely this summer. And we know that we've had an issue of sizable proportion since at least last summer. So to be able to move forward, knowing that grant is already in the hopper and it has been submitted, is some assurance that there's some potential funding coming. We're also in discussions with Indigenous Services Canada to support our population at the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan, who, as you know, are living with a declared state of emergency currently related to mental health and addictions, as well as we know from Andrea's survey that a significant proportion of those who are homeless and living vicariously or in a vulnerable state, I should say, also are Indigenous self-identified. So we're looking at this through a number of different lenses. Certainly, Minister Flack yesterday was very supportive of hubs, as was his strategic advisor, and they have requested that we send information regarding this hub or mobile action response team, as Mr. Kelly says, so that they can socialize the concept and seek ways of aligning multiple ministries to be able to support this initiative, which aligns with the government's recommendation that we work together. However, the alignment isn't necessarily there. So, Mr. Davis and the issues related to turning housing over right on through to the programs that Andrea provides are certainly complementary, and I think will be central to not just dealing with issue by issue from an action perspective, but helping people out of these very vulnerable situations, getting them immediate access to medications such as Suboxone or Sublocade, which allows them to reduce any addiction-related issues, and then get them into appropriate care with our partners at Pembroke Regional Hospital and further beyond. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further? Oh, I'm sorry. Member from Amherst Brownlee.
Thank you very briefly, and I do appreciate the Chief giving a shout out to Mr. Davis, who was integral to the conversation. It was a very focused conversation, and we're recognizing, of course, the various elements that all had to be brought to bear on this. So I was remiss in not acknowledging Mr. Davis's participation in that very fortunate encounter yesterday.
Yes, standing at the bottom of the escalator, you can catch the ministers in the wild. They're usually without accompaniment. And the minister from, or sorry, the member from Whitewater. Minister from Whitewater.
And a pay raise. I'm very supportive of this initiative, and we had great discussions at the committee level, so not worth to rehash them, other than to say, I love the fact that we're trying something new. We're reaching out there. We know, we've heard very loud and clear in probably every single one of our communities that there's a need we're not fulfilling. And this is an attempt to try to satisfy or at least help guide us in terms of what we could do next. So I'm very supportive of this initiative, and I welcome staff for doing it and thinking outside the box. It's not departmentally siloed, as an example. The two things that I just throw at us for further discussion. The first one is the study that talks about shovel-ready housing development. I'd love to see us consider this in terms of a master study that lower tiers could buy into, and then we could have a regional picture potentially formed in terms of what development could be possible. And the second thing is just with respect to the warming shelter in Pembroke, I want to be clear that if we're not funding or we're not budgeting for a subsequent donation to the warming shelter next year, this would be our contribution to the warming shelter. We need to start talking with our partners now to tell them how we're going to support them next fall, so they can anticipate how they may get other sources of funding if they wanted to continue to do the trailer option. So those are the 2 points for consideration.
Thanks for that. So I just want to make sure that when you're looking at this slide, what Dan said, so the very first item, the shovel, so that would be funded over here on the right. The permanent positions would come from the levy, except for the one that's 100% paid for. And then at the bottom, the East region and West region would come out of those funding options. Everybody got that right? I just want.
Yep, thanks. So,
in my brain, you can hear me.
Yeah, it's working wonderfully. So, so we can move on from this slide to the next slide? Mr. Brown again, please.
Thank you. And I was, towards the end of the day, the brain is not fully functioning. I do need to acknowledge also Councillor Brose and yourself, Warden, and Councillor Murphy. I think somewhat had opened the door. I believe you had a delegation with Mr. Flack also on, I believe, the modernization funding. And that was integral towards getting the door ajar for the conversation that we shouldered into and widened. And of course, Mr. Kelly was a key component of that and joined us for the latter portion of our impromptu gathering. So thank you to those members. Again, it is a curious path sometimes that can lead us forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving to the top, page 63 then.
So just for my own clarity, I think what I heard was that the shovel-ready developments and the response teams would be funded through one-time funding on a trial basis. And then the block in the middle, so our community housing coordinator, maintenance staff reclassification, homelessness coordinator, 2 new maintenance staff in RCHC, an AA, and a building infrastructure coordinator, we would consider for levy funding, that's about $400,000. But and then those costs would not be on a trial basis; they would be recurring. That's the consensus I thought I heard.
Yes.
I'm not sure that either.
Mr. Bromley, please.
Just some clarity, please. So in those potential streams that are identified in the right, there is just a shade under 2.5 million recognized there, with a total cost on this page at estimated cost of just slightly over 2 million. So if you could explain how my anticipation, and perhaps I was misinformed at Health Committee when this was presented, but I thought that the intent was, given the need, the urgent need, that these were potential funding sources for this without a levy component.
And absolutely we can do that. But when Daniel first presented this, he did say his recommendation might be that anything that's staff be not part of the trial. But yes, you are absolutely right. There is enough money to fund this whole page. So that's, sorry, this is very frustrating.
Thank you, Chair. And that is.
I can take a stab, Warden, if you'd like. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, Craig.
Craig, go ahead, please.
I'm suggesting, thanks, Daniel. I'm suggesting there's several paths forward on how to fund all this, and Daniel's quite right. There are important functions, I think, to consider, and I think should be included in a levy. But given the amount of cuts and or no cuts today, we will have to review some of those options in a different light. But again, there are different ways to make this work, either in permanency or in contract basis, or at least in a pilot basis.
Thank you. And Mr. Pond. Sorry, Mr. Berg.
Thank you, Ward. So yes, that was one of the options, was we could fund it all through these reserves, certainly for a year, possibly more, probably more. One of the other, I think, as Craig said, concern is that we're adding full-time staff with short-term funding solutions. So whichever way we have consensus, we're happy to build into your discussion for tomorrow. But I think I heard generally that we would add the permanent positions to our levy, and the sort of trial options, the housing study, and the response teams from our one-time reserves. Not one-time, but our operating reserves.
Okay, looks like we're going to be discussing that tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
What we've agreed on is we like the concept. We'll tie up the details tomorrow on the staffing side.
Yes, so all your consensus items, tomorrow, we will put them all together with a revised levy estimate and throw that on the table tomorrow for your discussion, again, in full.
Good.
If I can finish off community services with what's left of the day, we'll perhaps leave the remainder of the items for tomorrow and the formal discussion. So the Renfrew County Housing Corp. Again, this is funding that flows out of that community housing department into a separate corporation that is the Renfrew County Housing Corp. Again, so it's getting a direct subsidy from the County of Renfrew. It's got tenant revenue, and then it's running a number of provincial funding programs. So the biggest of which is currently the CMHC funding, which was a total of $5 million, but it's estimated that in the 2024 year, we'll be able to spend $177,000 of that, the remainder to be carried forward for future year projects, and then a number of miscellaneous items. And then on the expense side, in the Housing Corporation, we have 5 full-time non-union staff, a number of summer students, 25 full-time CUPE staff, 2 part-time staff, and just to highlight some of the larger increases in costs we're experiencing, mostly in repair costs and snowplow contracts and things of that nature. And then on the previous slide, you'll have noted there's a rather large line item called building repairs non-TCA, just to break down the balance of what builds up that number. Typically, this is where we have a tenant move out and we go in and we renovate the apartment. So not necessarily capital in the sense that we can't plan for it, but as soon as they move out, we begin assessing the unit and do any repairs required, and then get another tenant in there as quickly as possible. And just a note, there's only 1 mortgage remaining left on our RCHT properties, and it's completed in 2028. There's a laundry list of capital expenses for the RCHT buildings, the biggest of which is the remainder of our new build, $1.3 million, which should finish our Lee and Douglas build. And with that is the end of community services.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Just if you want to keep going, please. Yeah.
Wonderful. So moving back towards where we started the day at the F&A committee, there's a couple more cost centers and then the general revenue. So first up, we have provincial offenses. And just a note, provincial offenses is one of the few revenue generating departments. So when you see the negative variance, that's not that our expenses are going down, that's our revenue going down. So that's bad in that department. So it's 5 full-time staff. And just to note, the county gets to keep most of the money it collects from fines, and we have budgeted fines as the running 5-year average of our actuals, and they are substantially down, our fine revenue. Since COVID and possibly even a little bit before that, we had a substantial drop in fine revenue, and it has never picked back up. So quite declining fine revenue. Net revenue is shared with the City of Pembroke based on population. And of course, because it's cost shared, they have the internal admin charges for finance, HR, and IT. Next up, we have a couple small cost centers. The first one we call agriculture and reforestation. So this is where the county provides a payment in lieu of taxes to the lower tiers where there is a forestry property in those lower tiers. It's based on an older bylaw from 1998, and it provides the residential rate times an assessment of $100 an acre, and we would pay that to the lower tier. And it's right below it, of course, is our forest fire protection. So where a municipality contracts with MNR to provide forest fire protection for one of our forestry properties, we would provide that municipality with $1.01 per hectare. And then we have our corporation-wide publicity activities, so $15,000 we would spend on corporate-wide publicity activities, and our MPAC billing, which is where the County of Renfrew pays the MPAC apportionment to provide that assessment service for all lower tiers in the County of Renfrew. And that is known. We did receive our apportionment, so we know what that number is. My first suggested reduction in this area is to remove all corporate-wide publicity activities, and that would save $15,000.
Okay, the first green item, removing all corporate-wide publicity activities, which I think you told us is worth $15,000. Okay. Comments? Or member from Deep River?
I just, on the surface, is there any specifics to that? Like, what are they? What do we do? What are we not going to do?
Mr. Burke, please.
So we have used this fund for a couple different things in the past. I believe the most recent usage of it involved when the lockdowns were lifted and we were paying for an outside consultant to run the video streaming services for County Council. That was one of the activities. We do see other odd items like, you know, the county flags we had to order for the front of the building and things of that nature. So it very much varies from year to year. Again, it's a minimal service level disruption to remove that.
Okay, it looks like everybody's in agreement with that. So next, please.
Next up is an orange level reduction. So this is where the county would reduce the payments to the lower tiers. So from a taxpayer point of view, nothing's changed. We would simply stop paying for the forest PIL and the forest fire protection grant and leave that to the lower tiers to deal with themselves.
Do we have a sense of how much that is?
$1.01 per hectare.
Yep, but I don't know how many hectares. 20,000? And for both? When you...
It's right here.
Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't read that properly, 20,000. So we're in agreement with that? No. Okay.
James wants his dollar.
Could you repeat that perhaps, please?
So the orange one, remove the payments, it's a total of $20,000. If you look over on the other side, under agriculture and reforestation, on the bottom slide on page 66.
So if we assume that these are kind of governmental taxes, we're proposing then to default on the taxes to the lower tiers, is that correct?
Yes, just like many of you would have experienced with upper tier PILs, the county would refuse to pay your bills, and there's not a lot you can do about it. An experience common to many treasurers.
When it's put like that,
yeah,
I'm not in favor.
And the member from Whitewater.
When I see 15,000 spread across all of our county forests, which lower tier municipality is impacted the most by this? Yeah, Whitewater is going to get impacted.
It's, if I may, Chair, and Warden through you, it won't be Whitewater, it'll be Killu, Haggerty, Richards. That's where the lion's shares of our county forests are.
Okay. McNabb, Brisette, please.
Just, I had no idea who was involved, but I was going to say, you know, just in principle, I'd suggest we not remove it. You know, just, we constantly complain about the province doing this to us. So I don't think this little bit where the county actually, you know, writes checks or payments in lieu to the lower tiers, just, I don't think it's a lot of money to.
No, but it kind of feels good.
No,
I'm teasing.
You know, when we keep getting the beating, it's yeah. But I suggest we don't.
Okay, it sounds like, member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you, Warden. I concur. Arnprior doesn't, we have a forest, but it belongs to NCC. Do we get billed for that as you're part of this thing? Just, well, no, we give them $3,000 from our municipal funds to support them, and then we have trails through them. And I was just curious if this fire county forest.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to comment? So I'm guessing we've gently been swayed and we'll leave it in the same place. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Warden. And now the lion's share of the F&A budget. So this is the finance expense area. So this is where we have write-offs for taxes, so mid-year adjustments, things like demolitions of properties that occur at the lower tier, where we have the write-off of the upper tier share of taxes as well. We have your provision for unallocated funds to provide for unknown initiatives that may be undertaken during the year, $300,000. We have debenture payments, so we currently have 3 debentures. Well, we have more debentures than that, but these are the capital project debentures. So Claybank Bridge, which ends in 2028, Madawaska River Bridge, which ends in 2030, and the Foymount Road debenture, which we have not yet begun. It's just in its construction load phase. Then we have our reserve transfer. So this is where we take the county levy and we transfer it over to our long-term financial plan to be withdrawn from those reserves and doing capital purchases. So we have our little bit of gas tax money that comes in general revenue and then goes to the gas tax reserve and then is withdrawn in public works. We have our TCA renewal reserve of $6 million, and that's I've increased that by 3%, which was the county levy target, so 3% more than last year. We have our public works capital reserve of $9.5 million, also increased by 3%. We have our SDIP savings, which goes back into our capital reserve, $466,000 a year. And then by convention, we have always dedicated our weighted CVA growth, any new net revenues in the county of Renfrew, back into our capital reserve. And this year, that weighted CVA growth is 3% of our levy, so quite a substantial growth. So, if we can go back to our November 9th discussion, what we talked about in that option 3 was an idea of getting an additional $2.8 million in the 2024 year into our capital reserves. This baseline budget is built around doing that. So how we did that was we have $1.6 million in weighted CVA growth that's going back into our reserve, the 3% increases in our TCA renewal reserve and public works capital reserve, and then this enhanced reserve contribution, which is just to make up the difference, almost $800,000 coming out of the county levy onto existing taxpayers and being driven back into your long-term financial plan. So our suggestions in this area to reach the levy target, the first green level reduction is to remove, it's exactly $93,000 from your provision for unallocated funds. And since we already allocated a significant portion of them to the unfunded portion of our HRS system and our ESRI system, what this leaves is $150,000 left for your provision for unallocated funds to do with what you wish.
Okay. And so we'd like to have a conversation about that. Members from Evanston Bromley, please.
I'm actually uncomfortable of adjusting this, but I'm also uncomfortable with if we're already proposing to attach to the provision for unallocated, it is ceasing to be unallocated if that's the means whereby we are going to fund other pressures. One of the things, and I do not wish to, because I know I'm running out of intellectual heft here, so do forgive me if I say something particularly stupid, because a lot of them have been occurring the last 20 minutes. In any event, one of the things that has occurred to me on this one, as Council is aware, the standing surplus deficit policy is any surplus at the end of the year pours into the working capital reserve. And I have long felt that the provision should be a standalone unit, much like the winter control reserve is a dedicated reserve, whereby it doesn't empty every year and we refill it from empty every year. If it is unused, it remains. If it is partially used, it is topped up in the following budget. And I think that is perhaps a means of continuing to have this. One of the things that I would suggest, I don't know when this provision was first put in place. In 2014, when the levy for the County of Renfrew was $32 million, it was $300,000. The levy for the County of Renfrew in 2023 was $52 million, and it was $300,000. It was about 0.8% of the levy in 2014. It is substantially reduced from that, though I do acknowledge that perhaps of late it has been more utilized, but over the time that I have sat in on budgets here, there has been a substantial provision that has gone into the working capital reserves. So I don't actually support this initiative, though I'm not certain that I would be in the majority in that sense.
Comments? McNabb, Braeside, please.
Yeah, thank you, Warden. So overall, what's happening with our reserves? Like, just everything taken into consideration, here's how much we have in reserve. Is what being proposed overall, you got the ins and outs. Are reserves in general going up or down?
I guess, I don't know,
Member from
point of
Deeper.
order or not, or just a suggestion. I think we need to look at this in the grand scheme of things, and this is an hour conversation. So I think we should leave this one till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
fine with that.
important, I guess, but.
Even with your voice.
Okay. So we'll talk about reserves tomorrow then. Okay, perfect. So we'll leave the green one until tomorrow.
It's unallocated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's do these two.
All right, so are we in agreement to the suggestion that we reduce the provision for unallocated funds using to 100 and leaving 206,000 available, 150,000. Oh, I see. Got it. Leaving 150,000 remaining. Are we in agreement to that?
Well, that's sort of why I was asking that question. Okay. This seems to be the last bit of piece of the puzzle, or not exactly the slush fund, but plug. I'd sort of need to hear the answer to that other question before I could comment on that, but other councillors may feel differently.
Okay.
This actually budget line item.
Okay.
I don't know how to explain it. It's like this.
Yep. All right, so I can sense slightly more than indifference. So I think that weighs us on the side of, okay, we'll go ahead with it. All right, thank you. I'm sorry? Oh, Mr. Kelly, were you wanting to weigh in?
Well, no, I was just trying to answer Councillor McKenzie's note. I mean, so this unallocated comes up for strategic priorities that you may find throughout the year. And I'm not going to advocate for any or all of these at the moment, but this is the line item that doesn't fit in the round, the square thing that doesn't fit in the round hole throughout the year. Usually allocated to strategic priorities that you determine somewhere in July or August or September. The reserves, dwindling as they may be, are usually dedicated for a specific reason, and the provision for unallocated, which is maybe an unfortunate wording, is for those things that are not designated in other places.
Do you want to?
Okay, thank you. And then the orange one, Mr. Burke?
So, thank you, Warden. And perhaps if I could, the orange item here is the last item, I would say, on our plan to get consensus around, and it is essentially around where we at with our reserves and our long-term financial plan. So if there's a desire to not have such a conversation this late in the day, then I would suggest we have reached the end of day one.
Thank you. All right, so we're at the end of day one, so we will just brief, I don't know, what's the word? Do we adjourn or we take a break till tomorrow? Suspend the meeting until tomorrow, till we resume?
Suspended recess. Warden, can I just suggest, I'm watching the weather reports and maybe consultation with Mr. Perkins on options for tomorrow's meeting. If it was to be in person or virtual, I just would like to have that conversation perhaps on the table before we dismiss for the day.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how we were going to procedurally do it, but.
Yeah, recess is fine.
So we just recess? Okay, perfect. And then is 10 o'clock reasonable time or 10:30? Is what, like I'm sorry?
Yeah, 10 o'clock and no lunch required.
Pardon me? 10 o'clock, no lunch required, okay.
Okay, but there, we will have a virtual option.
Yes, there will be a virtual option.
Yeah.
Could we get a healthy lunch for once? Sure. Dark chocolate and water, I'm all in. So we'll recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, but there will be a virtual, I'm sorry?
We get a motion now, Peter, please, or Warden.
I'm sorry, could I have a motion then? Thank you very much. You've heard the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. I know it's been a grind, especially the day after Roma.